Alrighty, so a little bit different of a day today. I'm gonna kind of be bouncing around a lot of different topics. Really, it's really difficult right now in American politics to do a politics show. I have a lot of respect for people that can do a politics show each and every day. I struggle with it, and I'll be honest, I struggle with it because trying to tear through all of the stories to bring the noteworthy ones, and just dealing with the fact that I grew up in a world, I was born in a world that was a lot better than this. And as a dad, as a grandfather, that's a hard swallow right now. The world I grew up in was better than this world. Now it was different. It was absolutely different, but it was better. I think that we're just at a point now that greed is out of control, but it's greed on both sides. I spent a long time after my show on Wednesday reflecting on what I'd said to the individual who had never really gotten the American dream. And it's hard. 40 hours a week, right? 45 years of working. That you think to yourself, I've worked 93,600 hours. If I've worked for 45 full-time years, I've worked 93,000 hours. I times that by $20. That's 1.8 million before taxes. And you would think to yourself, $1.8 million is just a crazy amount of money. Until you realize that anymore, it's really not. Like, 1.8 million seems like a ton of cash. I'm gonna end up spending here in the next 6 years a quarter of that, a third of that, buying a new house. Like, one of the big reasons why I don't want to move is because I'm gonna take such a financial hit on the move. In order to buy a house in Florida where I want, it's gonna cost me, right now today, I might be able to get away with $500,000. I might be able to swing that. Maybe. And my house isn't worth $500,000. I do have a house savings plan, right? But it's like, what happened to houses being like, what happened to like a nice house being $200,000? And it was kind of like I had to rewatch some segments of the video from Wednesday. I get why that individual was upset. I get why that individual was disenfranchised. I really do. But some of it is, there's a lot of blame to go around. But if, and I just saw a TikTok video where somebody said, if you see nothing wrong with your perspective and everything wrong with the other side, you don't believe in what you believe. You've been indoctrinated into what you believe. And I genuinely believe that. I think my side on a lot of issues, like we take any issue really. We take any issue. My column is the yellow column. My beliefs, my views are the yellow column. Because coming up with the yellow column was really easy. Take the good parts of the red and the bad parts of the red, the good parts of the blue and the bad parts of the blue, put them together and you get the yellow. Like, people want lower taxes, and I get that people want lower taxes. I get that. I understand. People want lower taxes. But what are you willing to give up? Like, people that are SNAP recipients they want lower taxes, but they don't want SNAP to go away. People that are on Medicaid, they want lower taxes, but they don't want Medicaid to go away. Right now, we're in a situation where people are literally unable to get ahead. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but it's kind of like, and the reason why I chose to be in the just chatting category today instead of the politics category is because I want to be able to bring in some video game related stuff, specifically Ashes of Creation, because when you see people saying I'm 100% right and you're 100% wrong, then you end up in scenarios of echo chambers. There is no such thing as a perfect plan. There's no such thing as a perfect plan. You can get, I remember this episode of Star Trek Voyager was, I should have pulled that clip. Like, there is you could have a 99.97% perfect plan, but it's still not perfect because somebody gets inconvenienced. Like, we don't deal with perfection. We deal with what are the acceptable losses. Like, I hate that was a factor I struggled with as a contingency planner. I want to send 100 guys into an area. I want to get the mission done. I want to bring 100 guys out. You can't plan like that. You're going to have casualties. You're going to have fatalities. You're going to have people are going to lose life. They're going to lose limb. They're going to lose eyesight. There's going to be burns. It's not about having a perfect plan. It's about having a perfect enough plan. Ashes of Creation. They went to Steam, and the creative director said we're targeting 50%. We're targeting 50,000 concurrent users. Okay, well, you missed the mark by 50%. Yeah, you hit a cap of, I think, just under 32,000. But your average daily now is about 24,000. Yeah, they got their cash shop up and running. And it's really, really hard to take a project seriously when you're listening and you're watching a bunch of bullshit. Creative director said their operating expenses are $800,000 a week. Okay. So that means your burn rate is 41.6 a year. And you've had that amount of employees for 2 years. So 2 of your 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 2 of your 9 years, you've burned 83.2 million, give or take, adjusted. Now, the first year they only had about 16 employees. They're not going to be anywhere near 41.8. But they had, in years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, they had some amount of burn rate. So let me get this. Let me just get this all squared away. For 2 years, you're at approximately 83.2 million. I don't even want to quibble. I don't want to have a discussion. I don't want to have a debate. All we're going to do is add one more set of 41,600,000 onto to cover 7 years. You're looking at conceivably $124 million is what Ashes of Creation is claiming. And I'm extrapolating some data, but it's not that far off. Hold on, I'm trying to. And you could say, you could have the white knights, you could have the people that are going to try to justify or bend or twist or turn or do, mental gymnastics. I'll even be willing to meet somewhere in the middle. I'll meet at 100 million. I don't care. Let's meet at 100 million. Ashes of Creation, the way it is, isn't worth $100 million. It's not worth $83.2 million. It's not worth $40 million. It's simply not. So what you have right now, and let me check their most recent what's their most recent review. Their most recent review is 49% positive, 51% negative. Now, are there some people that deliberately review bomb stuff? Yeah. As a Disney fan, there are people who deliberately write derogatory stories about Disney just because they want to hurt Disney. The problem is hurting, there are Universal fans that write stories that'll hurt Disney. But what they don't understand is that if you hurt Disney, you hurt Orlando. If you hurt Orlando, you hurt Universal. They have already burned more money than they can even earn from Steam sales in several years. You're right. If you take 124 million, we'll take 18 million off of that to cover the expenses already sold. Right? The founders packs that are already sold. Means you have $106 million that you're going to have to bridge. At $15 a month, that's 7,066,000 sub months. Now, let's say we divide that by 36 months. That means you need to have 196,000 players paying every month just to relatively break even. We'll make it 200,000 a month to cover interest and stuff. You have to have 200,000 players a month to get out of the hole you're in. Now, again, I know the hole isn't 100 million because they've taken loans, they've repaid. Well, they have. They obviously have repaid some loans because they haven't gotten sued. They got free money and payroll protection plans. Great, good job. You should do that. Everybody that had employees during COVID should use PPP loans. Really smart. Free money. But people hated me. I'm easy to hate. I'm easy to hate because I'm opinionated. I'm really easy to hate. I don't give a shit. Hate me. I laugh at people who hate on me when all they say is I'm a jerk or I'm a dick or I'm callous or I'm sarcastic or condescending. I'm arrogant. I'm conceited. I'm a narcissist. Be like, okay, that's great. Move past that. What's wrong with my opinion? Where am I factually incorrect? Where am I wrong? You don't like how I package it. That's fine. So you love the pizza, you hate the delivery driver. That's cool. No problem. It's my brand. Like, I'm cool with saying my brand's not for everyone, and that's okay. Because I don't need to make money. I don't need to make money doing this. There's some money in the PGN account. I just did the taxes. We've got enough money to fund 1 or 2 albums next year. The Christmas music will come through. So I'll probably end up taking half of the money that we get and I'll make more Christmas music because that's our big time of year. And then I'll do 1 or 2 other projects that I like. I'm going to probably do another Bossa Nova jazz album because I like Bossa Nova. I like cafe jazz. But right now, my efforts are on the portion of my content creation that makes money. Because it's weird to be a content creator. I don't want your money. I want your free money. Like if you have Amazon Prime, I want your Prime sub. But if you don't want, that's why I don't run ads throughout my show. I run the pre-roll ads that I'm required to run, and I don't run ads through my show. I could have 10,000 viewers. I could have 100,000 viewers, and running ads would be lucrative. I still wouldn't run ads because I don't want to waste your time. Now, I might run ads, like, if I was to run a more structured show, be like, okay, guys, I'm gonna take my 5-minute break. I'm gonna go eat my yogurt. I'm gonna run ads. Go get your cup of coffee. Star Citizen, a game in development for 13 years, just had its best crowdfunding year ever and raised $150 million. Star Citizen is absolutely the walking, talking epitome of the sunk cost fallacy. I did a video about Star Citizen a while ago, and I got a lot of hate from some Star Citizen people on it. They made $466,000 yesterday in crowdfunding. I want to foot stomp that. They made $466,000 in one day. 2 weeks ago, I think, is when they crossed over 900 million. Yeah. They made 18 million in 1 week. There's nothing wrong with crowdfunding. But what there is something wrong with is when you've raised almost $1 billion, Star Citizen will crowdfund $1 billion between the next couple of weeks here, where Christmas is usually a big one for them, right? They'll raise $1 billion. Where is anything that looks like a playable game? 13 years in development, $1 billion. You could build 3 MMORPGs on $1 billion. The problem with people, Ashes of Creation community, Star Citizen community, they start talking about dynamic gridding. And they start talking about how dynamic gridding is going to solve all your problems. And then when you ask people to explain dynamic gridding back to you, all they can do is parrot back what they've been told. But what they don't rationalize is that what you're being told isn't a solution to your problem. One grid, right? One grid. One controller. You have a caravan in the middle of it. You have one grid, one controller. The controller determines how many people can be on that grid. Now, if you can dynamically grid off the caravan encounter, off of the other part of the node, the other part of the world, where there's people killing bunnies and bears and bees and harvesting, and you can pop a dynamic grid in so that you turn over AdCon, TacCon, administrative control and tactical control to that grid, and all of the people at the caravan have to stay inside of your new grid, then dynamic gridding will work. Because now what you have is you have one grid, one controller for this event, and you have one grid, one controller for everything that was happening around. But if all of a sudden people from this event start spilling outside of that grid back and forth, every time somebody crosses the grid line and one controller has to speak to another controller, to keep it really simple, you've used an action. Each controller can process X number of actions per time interval. But if you are crossing over a grid line back and forth, you might now have generated 2 touch points because the controller you're supposed to be on has to talk to the controller you are on, 1 action. The controller that you are on has to send a resolution action back to the controller. That's a 2nd action. Now, people are going to say, well, it's not really how it's done. I know, and we're talking about it in a big concept. Having dynamic gridding is great. Star Citizen wants to have it. Ashes of Creation wants to have it. But what are your 2 companies? Are your 2 companies game engine companies and you're trying to design cutting edge tech? Or are you game companies that should be leveraging a COTS solution, a commercial off-the-shelf solution? Hey, you know what would be really great if we had sharks with freaking laser beams for our security? Well, we don't have sharks with laser beams on the open market. Okay, then we'll buy dogs. And 2 guys with flashlights. Oh, okay. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if Star Citizen isn't a training sim and that $1 billion is building an actual spaceship. No game costs that much. Well, you're not wrong. No game should cost that much. Somewhere over. No game should cost that much. You're absolutely right. But it's people and their sunk cost fallacy. People, and I was one of these people. I was $1,200 into Ashes of Creation. I don't think I've made a purchase from Ashes of Creation since 2021, and that purchase was only because somebody sent me the money specifically to say, I want you to have this, but please don't spend the money on anything else. So I spent it how the person told me to spend it. It's like a weird donation, but I'll take your donation. They wanted to donate me like the steampunk looking metal metallic bird. I said, cool, no problem, I'll buy. If it's your money, I'll buy what you tell me to buy with it. We're just at a point right now where you can't even enjoy life. Every time you turn around in life right now, people are saying stuff like, well, universal basic income. Okay, well, let's talk about it. Well, I don't really know how to explain it. If you don't know how to explain it, how do you know it's a good idea? Well, because Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren or somebody else told me that universal basic income will be a great thing for me. Oh, so you really don't have any idea about why this thing is supposedly a good idea. Universal basic income is a terrible idea. Universal basic income is an absolute garbage idea that people have been told is what they should want. Universal basic income is basically a stepping stone to socialism. Universal healthcare. I think universal healthcare is something that we need, but it shouldn't be free. It should be affordable. I laughed with Karthos the other day. Up in the flaw with universal healthcare is this: when Oregon decriminalized all drugs, they decriminalized all drugs, thinking that we won't have a problem. Decriminalizing all drugs in one section of the country creates a problem. All the drug addicts are going to move to that section of the country so that they can do drugs and not be hassled. They had a bunch of overdoses. Well, every time you have to roll out an ambulance, there's a cost associated with that. Now, somebody said to me once, and it's a great question. They said, where is the associated cost when you send out paramedics to a call? Because aren't the paramedics being paid by the hour anyway? And the answer is this: if your paramedics are out of the fire department versus private, then Fire department paramedics, you're right. They're on duty. They're being paid regardless of if they go on calls or not. But when they go on a call, you've got gas, right? You've got disposables, right? If you have to put on gloves, if you have to administer Narcan, if you have to, start an IV, the IV bag, the tubing, the needle, all of that, that's all disposables costs. That's the cost of doing business. If it's a private company, private paramedics usually make X an hour plus Y per call. So, and they, like, when we would get called to Midway Airport, we had to log our time. Any call to the airport had to be detailed, like, beautifully, because then the company had to take that call report every 2 weeks, had to take all the call reports to the airport, bundle them up and send them to the city, because the city paid the call out fee. So it was the city that paid, because we had a contract with the city to provide paramedic services to the airport, so that they didn't have to send the fire department down. Well, up in Oregon, you have people overdosing, and you have paramedics coming out seeing the same person 3 times in 1 week. I laughed about it, but if you want to stop people from overdosing, tell them, the first time we come out and we have to give you Narcan, we're going to put a tattoo on your ear. We're going to put a line on the back of your ear. We administered Narcan. The second time we come out, we're going to look at your ear. Oh, he's only got one. Give him another one. Put a second tattoo on it. After 2, if the paramedics show up and you're overdosing, they're going to look at your ear. Nope, this person's already had their 2 free complimentary Narcans. Let them die. It sounds cold, it sounds harsh, but how many times are you supposed to save an addict? How many times are you supposed to save somebody at the cost of the taxpayer? I know it sounds cold, I know it sounds harsh, I know it sounds terrible, but we need to fix society so people don't find themselves at the bottom of a syringe or a bottom of a barrel or the bottom of a bong. We've got a bad society right now. We don't have a great world to live in. Unemployment. The very fact that people are okay with how we track unemployment. The total number of people unemployed is different than the total number of people on unemployment. When you're on unemployment and you're collecting benefits, you are unemployed. But at the end of your benefits, 26 weeks, 52 weeks, however your state does, when you fall off and you're not collecting benefits anymore, you are out of the workforce. Do you know what out of the workforce means? Not working, but it doesn't mean unemployed. That's why in the jobs report has how many people are currently on unemployment, how many people are out of the workforce, how many people out of the workforce reported that they're trying to get back in the workforce. The guy the other day that was upset because company after company after company sent his job overseas, and they're blaming corporations. Okay, you can blame corporations. I get that. I understand. You want to be mad at the companies for moving the jobs out of America. No problem. You can be mad about that. But the truth is, corporations in America pay a base minimum 21% corporate tax. They want to take 1 out of every $5 your company makes and say, you just have to give this to us to run the country. Well, is there any big surprise that companies don't necessarily want to do that? 1 out of every $5 of profit goes to the government. That's before the state takes a cut. That's before the state comes in and says, this is what you owe. This is what you owe us. I'm going to see if I can grab it real quick. I don't remember what Illinois is. Illinois, I think, is another 10%. Da, 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 da. So I pay 21% corporate taxes. I pay another 9.25% in state taxes. Now, understandably, I don't have employees, so when I say I make this much and I pay this much, it's because I don't have the employee expenditure. But the company only made about $5,000 this year, and I paid $1,500 in tax liability. Try running a company if you made $50,000 and you owed $15,000 in tax liability. So people are like, oh, it's the company's fault because companies are greedy. I don't disagree, but what's the solution? Stop having publicly traded companies? I'm okay with that. I'm cool with that. We could get rid of publicly traded companies. Start an initiative that within the next 10 years, all companies must buy back all of their stock at fair market value. But then look at how many companies would then just piddle off and disappear. A lot of people make their money in the stock market. People make their money, their 401k, their Roth IRA is all tied to the stock market. Hey, did you guys know that if I have no soul and I don't care about morals, this guy on Kick is gonna help me make $100 per hour on Kick? He's gonna get me 3,000 real followers and 2,000 live viewers. You know what the sad part is? Everybody is so desperate to make extra money that there are people that fall for that scam. And like Smurg, I hate Smurg. If Smurg was on fire and I had my thermos of water, I would keep drinking. He decided to cheat, lie, cheat, and steal. He did the Eddie Guerrero. He lied, he cheated, he stole, and he made it difficult for all the other small content creators that wanted to cover Ashes of Creation to not give up hope. It's really, really difficult to go live to 2 viewers when there's a guy in the same category with 10,000 viewers. Because it's a smart thing to do, because if all 10,000 of those viewers are real, then there's going to be some trickle down when that stream goes offline. Like the one time I've broken 1,000 concurrent viewers, Asmongold was playing Ashes. Asmongold decided to not play Ashes anymore. I was the number 2 streamer in the Ashes category. When Asmongold left the category to go, I think he went to play Final Fantasy, about 800 viewers of his came over to my channel. So it's smart to be in the category. But when you're lying, when you're cheating that, like I laugh my ass off when Asmongold looks at somebody's analytics and says this person is obviously view botting because the person has no movement. They get to 7,500 viewers and it's just a solid line. Like Smurg got caught. At first people were looking at his viewership and then they're like, oh, you have no chat engagement. Then you could literally watch as he would be either pressing a button on his stream deck or running an application where he'd be running his chat bot. But none of the chat bots were saying anything. They were all just spamming emojis. But that's the problem. 5 years ago, it was easy to make money on Twitch because everybody was home we were closed. The country was closed for those 6 weeks. We were socially distancing. Those were some of the best months of content creation for me. People were working from home. When you work from home, you can have your Twitch open. But I get it. I absolutely get it. Life sucks right now. It's hard to have a belief in anything other than life sucks. My life isn't going to be any better tomorrow than it is today. My life is going to get worse. The Kennedy Center gets new signage bearing Trump's name. Workers begin adjusting the name of the John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts. The Kennedy Center Board of Trustees voted in what they say was a unanimous decision to rename the facility the Donald J. Trump and the John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts. It is unclear if the board has the authority to rename the arts institution, which Congress designated as a memorial to the former Democratic President Kennedy in 1964. Trump announces Patriot Games, a youth athletic competition celebrating the United States' 250th birthday. Are you kidding me right now? I think we've seen how this shit plays out. It's called the Hunger Games. All right. President Trump announced Thursday the White House will host the Patriot Games, a competition with young athletes from across the country. In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. Yeah, welcome to the first annual Hunger Games. Democrats have mocked the athletic competition online, comparing it to the Hunger Games, a dystopian youth adult novel and popular movie where children are forced to fight to the death. It is a national, nonpartisan organization leading the administration's celebration of America's 250th birthday. Trump previously previewed the competition in July, saying at the time it would be televised and led by Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy. He also highlighted his plans to begin construction on a new Arc monument. We are the only major place without a triumphal arc. A beautiful triumphal arc like the one in Paris, where they have a beautiful arc. They call it the Arc de Triomphe. And we're going to have one in Washington, D.C. very soon. On Flag Day, we will host a one-of-a-kind UFC event here at the White House. It'll be the greatest champion fighters in the world, all fighting that same night. Okay. If you remember the story, the TV show, The Newsroom, no, I didn't cover the impeachment attempt, but 140 voting to vote means it doesn't have enough support. It's just any impeachment attempt right now is a stupid waste of time. And I condemn anybody that's trying to impeach the president right now, not because he doesn't need to be impeached, because he does, but any goal right now to try to impeach the president is dumb, because you don't have the votes to make it pass. But an impeachment slows down everything that the Senate does. People want to say America's the greatest country on earth. No, it's not. America has some of the greatest things on earth, but it's hard. This one was over intimidation of federal judges and execution threats against Congress. It does, but here's the thing. There are like 150 things you could impeach Donald Trump for. The tariffs alone. You could impeach Donald Trump for the tariffs alone. You could impeach Donald Trump for violating international accords in the handling of Venezuela. You could impeach him because of improperly following the War Powers Act when he bombed Iran. You could impeach him on a lot of things. But there's no point, because even if you get the impeachment, you're not going to get the conviction in Congress right now. In the Senate. You simply are not. You don't have the votes in the Senate. It's real simple. If the government is shut down for, what, 5 weeks over the budget, if you can't get the senators to get together and vote to reopen the country, no, there's no double jeopardy in impeachment. Now, you could, the likelihood of attempting to impeach him for something, and obviously somebody would take the argument of double jeopardy up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, if they're doing their job properly, would ultimately rule that double jeopardy doesn't apply, because double jeopardy only applies in instances of criminal liability where you only ever once have to risk your liberty in any criminal proceeding. But we already have too much bullshit around double jeopardy as precedent. For example, military member is vulnerable to double jeopardy. You can be charged with 2 different crimes for the same offense. You just can't be charged by the military for the same offense as you were charged in the civilian world. If you get a DUI and the local county prosecutor won't kick it to the base, then the local county prosecutes you on the DUI. If the military is so inclined, then the military can charge you with violation of wing orders, violation of commander orders, violation of lowest command level authority orders, conduct unbecoming. Because I don't know of a single military organization in the Department of War that doesn't have a standing order against DUIs. Now, you're going to say, well, I got a DUI. You're right. You're being criminally prosecuted for operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of alcohol by the civilian world. Now we're prosecuting you because you got a DUI, which is a violation of the base wing post commander's directive of don't get DUIs. So yeah, double jeopardy already exists. You can be charged in the same... You could be charged for the same actions, in both the state and the federal. Let me look it up. Because I've been out for so long now. I haven't been an officer can be charged with Article 133, conduct unbecoming an officer and a gentleman. Now, commissioned officers, cadets, and midshipmen, don't ask me why, but those are the people that can be charged with an Article 133. Article 134 is disorder and neglect to the prejudice and good order and discipline. Article 134 is the general catch-all when you want to charge somebody and you don't have something to charge them with. You could also charge them with Article 92, failure to obey a regulation. But yeah, you can't be charged with 133 as enlisted. But you get charged with 134 for the same thing. You could be charged with Article 134, behavior that brought discredit to you and the service. Ultimately, I'm against Article 134 charges. I always have been. I'm against Article 134 charges because I like the law to be written in a way that makes sense. But you get caught by the federal government and they catch you driving from Illinois to Missouri with a van full of fentanyl. Well, you get arrested in Missouri by federal agents who charge you with drug trafficking. But Missouri can still come along and charge you with possession with intent to distribute. If you can't find a rule they broke, you can't charge them, so let's create a rule that is all other rules. Yeah. That's why I don't like it. If I've got a book this thick about all of the rules, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, then this is all the things I expect people to know. I don't like there being a one-page entry that says, on the off chance somebody does something that just really pisses you off, here's your Article 134, and the only threshold for it is anything that neglects disorder and neglect that brings prejudice to good order and discipline, or conduct of a nature to bring discredit upon the armed forces. Well, we're the Department of Defense. We can change the UCMJ and get Congress to stamp it along. Like, you got a lot of adulteries going on? Oh, well, let's have an article about adultery. Also, adultery is a bizarre ass is a bizarre ass article to begin with. I understand the value of it. I don't really understand the practical execution of it. But yeah, so we got Donald Trump putting his name on buildings. We got more Epstein files. Frustration is mounting inside the Justice Department as it races to redact thousands of pages of files related to Jeffrey Epstein before they must be released Friday. A substantial number of redactions are needed, one of the sources said, and the documents each attorney is processing since Thanksgiving week can number more than 1,000. Lawyers working on the Epstein files also believe they aren't getting clear or comprehensive direction on how to make most information available under the law. An act of Congress has mandated the Trump administration release troves of Epstein-related documents, from grand jury records to FBI files in internal Justice Department discussions. The situation suggests that the persistent political headache connected to the transparency may not disappear. Legal document specialists are already preparing for the possibility that the Department of Justice release of files will have more redactions than what is required, and that they may be mistakes in what's redacted and what's made public. Mistakes especially related to the disclosure of sensitive personal information because of the volume of documents. The problem with what they're doing, like, yeah. This one. When they had to release the Kennedy assassination files earlier, social security numbers and other private information of 400 former congressional staffers and others were made public. There should not be a rush to release these files. These files, it should have been determined how many pages of material there are, and then it should have been every week X% has to be done. Like, I was a records manager for 2.5 years doing FOA requests, and let me tell you, half the time you have to have a level 1 records custodian, a level 2, and a level 3. Every organization has to have a level 1 records custodian. That's a lot of training. Some weeks I'm doing my other job because I have nothing. Like, I had a bin on the top of my desk that was green, and the only thing that went in it was FOIA requests. And my boss would come in and he would see nothing in the green bin, so he would drop other work on my desk to keep me busy. And that's what headquarters work is. It's a lot of busy work. Well, if my boss came in, he got in ass early. He loved getting into work early. If he came in and he saw anything had been dropped off in my green bin, he didn't put any other work on my desk. Hey, and this is how stupid it sounds. And I'm not, hey, the president's just been assassinated. Sergeant Jalan, can you, I'm sorry, I can't. I have this Freedom of Information request that we only have 3 days left on. Because I personally get in trouble if I miss the deadline. We have turned, I get that Freedom of Information requests are important, and I'm not saying they're not important, but we're only allotted, and at the time it was 45 days. From the time you submit your FOIA request, we have to have it back to you in 45 days. Which seems like a lot of time. Except you submitted it all the way at this level This level has to read it and disseminate it. All the way down to me. I might get it on day 37. And we've had this thing, we've had this thing forever. Well, the problem is, on modern digital documents where the PDF is labeled properly, it's really easy. But a lot of these scans, a lot of these old documents, you can't even control F them. Like, I've looked at some of the Epstein file stuff that's been released, some of the flight manifests. There's no control F function. A lot of these things are just piles of paper shoved together. Yeah, they're handwritten. They're these are before the days of. I mean, shit. Sometimes people put together a PDF. Hell, Social Security is terrible about this. Social Security tells you have to fill this out, and it's better to fill it out electronically. But when you try to type on the form, the carriage return doesn't line up with the lines you put in. Because you weren't supposed to put lines in that box, but you put lines in them, so when you send them a hard copy, they can write on straight lines. But because you can only have one version of a form, you put lines in the PDF box, and now my typing goes through the line, and you didn't set it so that the letters sit on top of the box, they sit under the box. So you type it up, and it's terrible to read. Because everything is like, oh, well, by this year, we have to meet this standard. Doesn't matter if we completely miss the functionality. It's just, it's absurd. It's ridiculous. It's office secretary designing a fillable PDF instead of a document design expert. Yeah. And that's exactly what it is. Or it's like, we live in a world right now where, as I told you, there's a problem with the TRICARE West other health insurance form. I don't work for the government anymore. I don't want to work for the government. I don't want to fix their problems. But somebody has to. I've been having a wonderful conversation with the assistant director of Veterans Benefit Services out of the Pentagon. Amazing person. But this is what this person said. I can't direct a private organization to change their form, even if their form is in non-compliance with federal law. Who can? Nobody. The only thing that happens is if they don't eventually fix the problem, they get dinged when they rebid to try to be the health service provider in like 20 years. How about no? How about you turn around and say, your form, this has been brought to our attention. We're the people that pay you. We're withholding payment until you fix this. But we can't do that. Which is why I say to people all the time, if you want universal health care, I'm there with you. But you're not going to get it in your lifetime. Universal health care isn't something I believe we could effectively start for 35 years. Because in order to change universal health care, we have to have a whole lot more doctors. But in order to have a whole lot more doctors, we have to change American education so that it produces doctors. Like, I really, really, really disliked my parents growing up because I had to go to Catholic school. I didn't really want to go to Catholic school. I wanted to go to public school. I did not want to go to Catholic school. But the more I think about it, the more appreciative I am that my parents sent me to Catholic school. Because my friends from the old neighborhood, most of them are fucking alcoholics because they had no upward mobility. They're degenerate losers with like 7 kids that running the benefit scams. Like it's me out of my group of friends. One's dead. I think the other one is also, I think the other guy in my group of friends is also dead. I think he died of a drug overdose. Of the 4 girls, one became a doctor, one became a housewife, one became a teacher, and one's a degenerate. And they all went to Catholic education. All 7 of us were in school. So I'm not saying every kid that goes to public school turns out bad, but if you see the aggregate results, it's a lot more likely from my generation that you weren't going to go anywhere if you didn't have a good education. Now, I say the exact opposite. Now, education is a waste of money. Your son fought all through the semester about homework. You harped on him constantly, nonstop pressure. Show me your homework. Pissed him off. My daughter gets pissed at me. My daughter is very bright. But all of my kids get mad. And they'll ask me a question. And I know I'm old school. They'll be like, can I go to my friend's house? I don't know. Can you? I can. Okay. Then they'll hit the front door and I'll say, where are you going? And they said, well, you said I could go to my friend's house. No, I said you can go to your friend's house. You have legs, you have shoes, you have clothes on, you have all of the prerequisites, but you're missing one important thing. And they'll I don't give a shit. Stare at me for as long as you want until it clicks in your head. May I go to my friend's house? Yes, you may. Call me at 5. Because one is expressing, do I have the ability to? The other is expressing request for permission. And I know it sounds like a dickhead small thing, but words matter. I said to my daughter, do you have homework? She's like, no. I'm like, well, that's funny because this teacher says you have homework, this teacher says you have homework, and this teacher says you have homework. And she's like, oh, I had homework, but I did it at school. Okay, that's the correct answer then. Because now I know that you and I are on a page, you and the teacher are on a page, and me and the teacher are on a page. I checked in with you, you had homework, it is done, it is at school. Now, because Gizmo has all A's, I don't need to see that homework. As long as my kids have all A's, I stay off their ass. As soon as you have a B in anything, I'm on your ass like a bee on pollen, like white on rice. I'm all over you because your job, and I know this sounds authoritarian, and it is. It's very Orwellian in my thinking. Your job between birth and 18 is to go to school and fetch good grades, to sit down, shut up, and listen. That's your job. Counter has like a B- on pollen, right? So, but my kids, like my daughter, I think Melly Umpkin has all A's in college. I think she does. I'll find out because even in college they get incentives if they have all A's. But if you don't have all A's, don't come to me with the pity party. Because you asked me for help in the first 2 weeks of the semester, and then you've been off. You've been off to the races. You didn't get all A's this semester? Well, shame on you. But we have turned. You got 16 credit of A's and 4 of B's. Honestly, when it comes to college, unless you're on a scholarship, A's and B's are great because, truthfully, there's not too many jobs anymore that are gonna flip out. That are gonna flip out if you have a 3.8 GPA instead of a 4.0. Personally, if I'm at a university and I get A's all the time and I'm not challenged, I'm not at a very good university. Do I treat marked improvements similarly? Yeah, I wish that the stripper would call in one day and I could put her on. As I've told the story, Melly Umpkin got off the bus, ran to the house, had all A's. She was happy. Melly Umpkin loves school. She's a weird kid. She loves school. She was like Sheldon. She was supposed to be triple promoted, but my wife said no. And at the time, I was stepdad. Bio mom's opinion trumps stepdad's opinion. She comes home, she has all A's. And as she's there, I was like, okay, good job. Sit down, start thinking about where you want to go for dinner and what you want for your incentive. Stripper comes in and she's got B's and C's. And I looked at her and I looked at her report card and I gave her a high five. I said, great job. Well, Melly Umpkin snatched her older sister's report card and said, well, why is she getting rewarded and praised because she has B's and C's? And I said, because she's in the 6th grade with a 3rd grade reading level. I didn't get custody of her till she was 10. She's in 6th grade with a 3rd grade reading level, sitting at the table every night with me for 4 to 6 hours doing remedial work, trying to get her education. Yeah, because she used to get F's. Like, her grades were so bad that F's were give-me's. She should have been getting I's for incompletes. It's not about you, like, education is not poker. It's not you versus the other players. Education is blackjack. It's you against the house. Like, I tell people I went to a really, really, really small university. It's grown considerably in 25 years, but I went to a really small university. The School of History had 6 full-time professors, and no, I take that back. The School of History had 5 full-time professors. Some of them taught poli-sci courses. The poli-sci department had 5 full-time professors. Some of them taught history courses, and then there were only 3 criminal justice instructors. So if you got if you got a criminal justice degree out of this school, you probably took 4 or 5 classes with each of the professors, and then maybe one of the adjunct professors or guest lecturers or guest professors they brought in for a semester. I had an education teacher who I was taking advanced something. We didn't even have enough people taking the advanced version of the class, but I needed the advanced credit. I was in the regular version of the class, and the teacher, not wanting to deal with anybody's nonsense later on in the semester, and said, everyone, I just want to let you know that I have 3 students over there, Kristen, whatever, and Jalan. They are in the advanced version of this class, so sometimes you guys are going to get to go home early, and they're going to have to stay late. Some weeks you won't see them because they're off doing stuff that they've already taken this class. That is a great way to do teaching for teachers, to show them that not every kid in the class is going to do the same work. Like, there's this big TikTok trend that I see right now. It pisses me off. TikTok trend where people are talking about, where is the demonstrative research that says class sizes, smaller class sizes benefit students? Like, people have it in their head that teachers are only wanting smaller classes because they want to do less work. People have it in their head that teachers are trying to get smaller classes so that more teachers have to be hired. So the person said, well, where's the research? Well, I don't know. The Tennessee Star randomized control trial. Go read Finn and Achilles. Constantinopolis, Molnar. Go study the Wisconsin SAGE program. And not to mention that other countries that actually care about their kids do massive amounts of research. Like Sweden is the gold mine of educational research, because they actually track their kids through the entire school system so that they have empirical data, so that they know these choices, these decisions are what impacts the kids. But there's still people like, I don't want to pay more in taxes so that kids get a better education. So what you're saying is, you think that a teacher should be teaching upwards of 35 students in a classroom with no aid. Do you have any idea how hard that is? 35 students in a single classroom. 35 students in a classroom pretty much means the only methodology of instruction is lecture. Because 35 students in one standard size classroom can't really break off into groups, because if you put 5 in a group, you still have 7 conversations going on. You don't have the real estate in a classroom to split them up far enough so that they can talk among themselves and not be talking over the other students. It doesn't give you the opportunity to challenge each kid to see if the kid knows what they're talking about. Like, one of the things that I used to say when I taught social studies, if you didn't do the reading, you better come up to me. You better come up to me on your way in and tell me I didn't do the reading the night before. Because then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take your card and I'm going to pull your card out, or I'm going to put like a sticky on your card. I did it a lot of different ways, depending on which class it was. So I don't ask you a question, so I don't embarrass your ass. But if you didn't do the reading, you tell me on Wednesday you didn't do Thursdays, or you tell me on Wednesday you didn't do Tuesday's reading. On Thursday, you can bet your butt I'm going to ask you the first question out of the chute. Yeah, math classroom, my college classrooms did not have 30 chairs in them. Yeah, and the TIs and the student instructors have to be in class. Exactly with mine. I was a TA for the class, but being at the class was part of my job, part of my scholarship. And there were a lot of times I'm in class and I have to pay attention to where the professor is, because if the professor gets called out of the classroom for whatever reason, they're going to throw me the piece of chalk or the dry erase marker and tell me to continue. How concerned am I about schools shoving AI lessons on students in the near future? Like anything else, AI is a tool. AI is a tool. However, nobody can learn their entire education and become a well-rounded student using only one tool or two tools or three tools. Like, I will be the first to say, I despise group work. I despise group work. I hate group work. However, group work teaches very valuable lessons. How concerned were teachers when mass-produced books were introduced to the classroom? Yeah. Teachers were concerned when math books started being printed that had all the instructions for how to learn how to do math. Math teachers thought that they were going to be replaced by the textbook. The textbook is no more or less important than the teacher. Some kids can look at the math textbook, teach themselves the math, they don't need you. And if they can do that, let them do it. Some kids cannot teach themselves to do the math, even if you had a 50-step process. Like, for example, I understand that in math is not my strong suit. I'll be the first to admit, math is not my strong suit. It's probably because I have dyscalculia. I never learned my times tables. For those of you that aren't familiar with dyscalculia, it's dyslexia for numbers. So I never learned my times tables past about 6.6. So I hated math. I hated math. But when I got old enough to understand it and appreciate it, I can self-teach myself the math that I need. If you don't have a teacher that recognizes that, which my teacher obviously didn't understand, I didn't like public speaking. I don't think it's a big surprise to anybody. I have a speech impediment. One of the reasons I do this is to practice speaking. I didn't like public speaking in grade school. I stutter and I start sentences and I go back and I repeat them. I know this about myself. That's why I memorize presentations. I'm thankful that I had the education I had. One of the greatest things I was able to do is somewhere in here, I don't know where this shit is. Somewhere in here, I have the Daniel Webster Award. Daniel Webster Award is kind of a big deal out of OTS. It's the best advocacy briefing. It's kind of a big deal. I took that back to like my grade school to thank my teachers. Some of them were retired. Most of them had upgraded to administrators. I went and I talked to them. I said, I want to thank you because all those years ago that I had to hate public speaking forced me to become better at public speaking. But teachers don't have time to do that in a classroom of 35 kids. When there's 26 kids in the classroom, the teacher can have each of them over 3 days give a short presentation. But when they have 35 kids, now they can't do that because it's going to take too much time. Young education is where people should figure out what they're good at, what they're bad at, and you should be focusing on both what they're good at and what they're bad at. You don't know your times tables? Not at all? Yeah, my daughter does it. And I say, don't worry, you're going to have one of these with you every day. Just because you don't know your times table doesn't mean you can't learn the higher level math. It just means it's going to take you a little bit longer to do the higher level math. When it comes to me in math, I know in math that you can do multiple steps in one step down. I don't, because I don't allow my kids to do it, and I don't do it. I do one step per line so that I can always see what we've done, so that I can make sure that I can see where the mistake is. That's how I do it. I don't make you do it that way. I don't care how you do it. Sometimes I've had teachers in the past that are like, I don't need to see each step. And I'll be like, okay, so then I'll do each step to make sure I get it right. And then I'll recopy it with the combined steps and I turn in all of it. I like teachers that don't necessarily take all the points off because you get the answer wrong. I appreciate a teacher that goes through and looks at the work and takes off a number of points based on where you went wrong. You've done 7 of 8 lines of the problem correctly, and yet you get the wrong answer because you screwed up the arithmetic. I don't think you should get a 0 on that problem because you knew the process, you just suck at arithmetic. But how can a teacher, we say, well, teachers should find time to do that. When? Because The average teacher teaches what's known as five preps. Now, they may teach a 5x1 where they teach 5 classes of the same session, or they may teach 5-1s. They may teach 5 separate courses. This teacher might teach 5 sections of Algebra 1, or they might teach Algebra 1, Algebra 2 with trig, geometry, pre-calculus, and calc. Well, if the teacher has 35 students versus the teacher having 28 students, this is going to make a big difference, because in this scenario, the teacher has 175 students. This scenario, the teacher has 140. The teacher literally has one less entire class at 28. You don't use a calculator? I learned how to substitute. Oh, yeah. Yep. We're in a spot, though. We're in a really bad spot, because nothing can be fixed without touching everything else. For example, Americans want to talk about how bad life is. Okay. We've shrunk the military year after year after year after year after year. What if instead of you want a living wage, you want universal health care? Why don't we, instead of shrinking the military, why don't we re-expand the military? You want healthcare? You want education? You want upward mobility? There's the recruiter. Go on. Oh, well, if we do that, then America will just send its poorest people to die. I can guarantee you, I don't know anything about your history or your socioeconomic status when I deploy you. I don't even know who you are. What I know is you're assigned in the Air Force. You're assigned to a UTC. Once you're in that UTC, you can't move out of it without me sending a letter to your unit, because your unit had to ask me permission to take you out of your UTC. It takes... So, real quick, just a little bit of golly gee whiz. At an Air Force installation, you have the IDO, the Installation Deployment Officer. Inside of each squadron, you have the Unit Deployment Manager. This is Airman Snuffy. Airman Snuffy's job is on a 1-to-3 dwell ratio. That means his job, it's going to be the year 2026, quarter 1 and quarter 2, 2027, quarter 1 and quarter 2, 2028, quarter 1, quarter 2. If Airman Snuffy is in this UTC right here, that means he's vulnerable in the second half of 2026. He'll be vulnerable again in the second half of 2028. In 2027, he's not vulnerable. Airman Snuffy can't deploy because you can't take him out of his billet and move him forward and make him more vulnerable. The only thing you can do is move him backwards and make him less vulnerable. So when you have these 3 people, well, he's X, he's Y, he's Z, right? Depending on where I get the deployment order is what month do they have to go? They have to go in the second quarter of 2026. Well, that's Airman Snuffy. Well, you're only sending Airman Snuffy because he's a poor black kid. How the hell do I know that he's poor or black or a kid? I don't know any of that. I have a big ass board, electronic, but I have a big ass board, and it says that UTC for this date. There you go. Who's ever sitting in it, who's ever butt is in the seat. If it's a November 2026 tasking, that's X. It's a January 2027 tasking, that's Y. People get they're like, well, we'll just send the poor kids to die. The system's not set up to do that. A response I get commonly is I don't like Common Core. I don't know what they're talking about. As far as I know, that's not Common Core. Common Core, what you just described is Common Core. In a way. But we've also moved away from the idea of rote memorization of times tables. We've also moved away from the idea that exactly what you've just said, you can be proficient at math and be deficient in knowing your times tables. One is not predicated on the other. Because technically, memorizing your times tables just means you've already done all the math one time, you've committed it to memory, and you're not doing the math again. It doesn't change your as long as you understand the rationale behind how the math happens, as long as you know that multiplication is quickly adding groups of numbers and division is taking a whole and separating it back out into groups, then the fact that you have it memorized or not. But they do this Common Core shit with blocks and columns, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna do these 5 problems and go drink a coffee. In 20 minutes, when you're done doing the Common Core stuff, you let me know. How would I feel about after grade 12, you go to basic and then you either go into the military proper or the reserves? I will answer this question as soon as I get back. It's a great question. We are back with it. Okay, so how do I feel about you finish grade 12 and then you go into the military? I think it's a terrible idea. I think it's a terrible idea because I don't want a bunch of people at basic training trying to get instruction if they don't really want to be there. Conscripted military force is a terrible military force. Now, even people that sign up and want to go to the military struggle to be broken down and built back up. I saw a lot of people, like I had a problem at basic training, not because of the inability to be broken down and built back up, but I was already 23 and I saw a lot of the stuff that they were doing was inefficient. I don't like the idea of hurry up and wait. I don't like the idea of rush to wait. Rush to wait. Rush us down the stairs, yell for the sake of yelling, get us in line, and then we're still waiting 25 minutes for chow. I don't like the artificial stress of you have 3 minutes to fall out and then you get downstairs and you're 9 flights back for breakfast. So you're 500 people back where they could have just kept you upstairs in your dorm room for 5 more minutes so that you could have polished your boots and done your line and, you know, put your laundry away and all that. I struggled in the middle of it. At the end of it, I understand it. At the end of it, I understood. Because the problem was I had just literally finished my master's degree in education. So every single fiber of my being was telling me that the way Air Education and Training Command handles basic training is absolutely wrong. But it wasn't until afterwards that I learned all the other things that you learn without being taught that I understand basic training works in a series of organized chaos. Because it's unpredictable. Because war is unpredictable. Because Deployments are unpredictable. They teach you from the very beginning, yours is not to question why, yours is just to do and die. It's great that you have an opinion, but you don't have all the facts. And so that was a learning method for me. I think that we don't need to send people to basic training if they don't want to be there. But I do think we need to bring a little bit of basic training to the public high schools. Now, private schools can't make them do anything, but I'd still like to see them improved as well. The big thing here is PE at the high school is treated like a joke now. So people treat their physical fitness like a joke. They're not teaching you just the skills, they're telling you what they're teaching. They're teaching you how to obey orders instinctively and be prepared for sudden actions at a moment's notice, among other things. Like, I'll give you the example. I had a friend who was a TI. He was at the end of his TI tour. He and I were supposed to become TIs together. He went to TI school, I went to OTS. I got my commission. I went down to visit him, which I'm allowed to do. And I actually just went down to get breakfast with him because I love fucking basic training pancakes. They're the best in the world. Well, as I walked up to him, they were now doing new things in basic that they hadn't done a decade prior when I went to basic, and they were defending their barracks. And I walked up to him and he's watching all the people and I'm watching, and they're all going through the motions, and they don't give a shit. They're kids. They see this as play and they don't like it because it's play. Well, my TI buddy looks over at me and he says, LT, I want you to take 3 steps forward and just yell, get down. I don't want you to yell it in any particular direction. I just want you to yell, get down. So I take 3 steps forward and I yell, get down. The TI drops, all the other command TIs drop, half of the kids drop, and then there's a bunch of kids still standing up. The TIs stand up and they just shark attack all the people that are standing up. And what I hear him saying is, you were told get down. And they were all like, but I didn't understand why. The TIs, yeah, that's what you're dead because you didn't think, or you thought, said the TIs, they didn't know it was coming, but they saw an officer yell, get down. So all the TIs hit the deck. And they said, I don't know why the hell the lieutenant just yelled, get down, but he's a damn lieutenant and he yelled, get down. So I get down. Now I get up. And then the one guy was like, and now I'm going to get up and I'm going to go get into the lieutenant's ass about why he yelled, get down, because I don't see any explosives. But it doesn't matter because he yelled, get down. He's like, now, since you didn't want to get down, everybody on your face, push the earth. And they start doing synchronized push-ups. And the sergeant walked over and he shook my hand and he's like, thank you for that, because we have a really big problem. He's like, we have a really, really big problem. This generation of people aren't getting it. They're not getting it. And that's the problem I had as an officer with my airmen that were coming in. It became the kinder, softer, gentler Air Force. I couldn't drop people from push-ups for push-ups. Couldn't drop people. You're not allowed to. In the Air Force, you're not allowed to. You can't drop people for push-ups. But you can do team building and everybody does push-ups. Hey, you know what, folks? Some stupid shit just happened and I need to work this off. I think it's a good time. Let's just start doing some push-ups while I think about it. Sergeant, count us out. So now everybody's on their face. It's a little peer motivation. The problem is you signed up for that. I don't want people who didn't sign up for that being told to go do that. Yeah, physical EMI is punishment, is hazing now, unless you're in basic or unless everybody does it. Everybody has to do it because then it's team building. If everybody's doing it, it's team building. But you have kids that die when they deploy because they still haven't gotten it. They still haven't gotten it. They still don't understand. So I don't want people that don't want to be there. Now, as you've heard me say in the past, I want to completely change how I want to bring a little Starship Troopers into American society. You serve your country, or you serve your country in one way, shape, form, or the other, you have a path to citizenship. I think we need a differential between civilians and citizens. I don't want to go full Big Brother George Orwell, where you have to be a member of the party to have a decent life, but we have people. Yeah, do you want to know more? We have people that treat this country like shit because of a sense of entitlement. Like, there are people that try to cancel Asmongold's right to have an opinion. People try to cancel my right to have an opinion. I am entitled to have an opinion. You are entitled to have an opinion. This wonderful document called the Constitution entitles you to have an opinion. Now, where your entitlement to an opinion ends is where your opinion infringes upon somebody else's civil liberties. Now, a couple of months ago, Asmongold said he doesn't think everybody should be allowed to vote. And I agree with him. I don't think everybody should be allowed to vote. Because not everybody is voting in good faith and in good conscience and wanting a better world. Like, for example, the transgender issue is starting to boil over. And what the transgender people that are being ridiculous aren't getting is you're edging towards violence. There's not enough of you to survive a violent backlash. You don't get to tell me what words I use to refer to myself, because then you've just validated and legitimized my right to say how you have to identify yourself. What's happening with the trans stuff? The trans movement is getting more militant about a trans woman is a real woman. A trans man is a real man. They're getting more militant about it. But the rest of what they're saying is, and if you don't agree, you're transphobic. I don't agree. I'm not transphobic. Biology doesn't agree with you. Anatomy and physiology doesn't agree with you. Are you the contributor of XY or XX? If your genetic code is coded XX, genetically, you are a female. Gender, you can be a male. You can change your gender. I'm not saying you can't change your gender. You have every right to change your gender. You have every right to modify your biological meat sack. You want piercings, you want tats, you want to fork your tongue, you want to put horns on, whatever. You want to do that. Do that. But if I have to make the Neo decision, if I have to make the repopulate Zion decision, and I have to choose 16 females, 8 males with whom to repopulate the species, I'm not even going to ask you because I don't want the 900. Look, you're my pool of candidates for the male contributors. Now I need to do a DNA test to make sure you are in fact male and you're sexually healthy. You're my candidates for the females. I need to make sure that your DNA matches your physical shell and you're sexually healthy. Why? Because I have to repopulate the species. Look, I'm not saying that you were born a female, you want to be in a male's body. Cool. Can you procreate the species? Can you sire a child? Not bear a child. Can you sire a child? Siring a child is only the male can sire a child. Can you sire a child? No, then you're not a male. You're gender male, your biology female. Or your biology now, because you've removed all the plumbing, you're biologically you're nothing, gender you're this. And I don't have a problem with that. You want to be gender whatever, be gender whatever. It doesn't impact me. My issue is when they start trying to say a trans woman is a bio woman. I have no issue if you want to identify as X, but you don't get to redefine biology. Exactly. And then, is it wrong? And this is where we're starting to, they're trying to say that this is being a transphobe or a homophobe or whatever, a bigot or whatever. Then on the dating app, what are your interests? My interests are women, or my interests are women born as women. Oh, you can't ask that question. Why? Because that's transphobic. Why? So, hold on a second. So you get to decide what you like and what you are and you're identified as and your kinks and your picadillos and all that. But I don't get to say that the only women I want to pursue are women that were born as women. I mean, other than the fact that you have to recognize, dude, you can be in a dress, but you're rocking a giant Adam's apple. We need to get past the stupidity of this, because this is going to erupt in fucking violence. Look, if you want to be X, be X. Just shut the fuck up about it. Well, our government is now requiring people to, is now requiring that transgenders identify as their birth sex. Have you had the reassignment surgery? No? Then yes, you should be. So are trans people wanting to be called a woman or man now, no longer wanting the trans prefix? Well, that's the thing with me. That's what I don't understand. That's what I don't get. That's what I don't get down on. Like, honest to God, like you keep saying a trans woman is a woman, then why are you specifically saying a trans woman is a woman? Why don't you just say women are women? Why don't you just go with women are women? And in my opinion, because I have a family friend, there was a girl, my daughter's best friend, started off as a girl, identified as a boy. I treated them like a boy. I treated them like they wanted to be treated. To my knowledge, I'm getting two conflicting stories. I'm going to go with the one that they've had their reassignment surgery. I'm going to go with they've had the surgery. If you've had the surgery, then don't call yourself a trans male. Just call yourself a male. Well, now you're trying to strip away my identity. I'm not trying to strip away anything about your identity. I'm trying to say you want to be part of this organization. In you come. In you come. You're in. You're in the men's room. You're at Wrigley Field. It's a trough. Whip that shit out, take a piss and walk out. Do your thing. Like, I don't want any more divisions. The more talking we do about it, though, the more hypocrisy you find. Like, I'm a trans woman. Okay, you're a trans woman. What about it? Well, I think all men should have to date me. Wait, so I don't get a say? What were you born as? Well, it doesn't matter what I was born as. It matters to me. I want a Christina, not a Christina that used to be a Christian. I can't have that. I'm not allowed. So where did your rights become more than... And see, when you say that catfishing is not okay, they say, well, it's not catfishing because I'm a real woman. Yeah. if you and I have sex, are you capable of bearing my child? No. Okay. And then transgenders get mad and they say, well, what about women that are sterile? I still want an answer to that question. Regardless, if I say, hey, I'm just wondering if we have sexual relations, are you capable of bearing my child? Because I want to continue my family line. No, I was born sterile. Okay. You seem like a really wonderful person, but you're not what I'm looking for. And I dated a girl who was sterile. I dated a girl who had ovarian cancer as a teenager. The likelihood, she had one ovary removed and the majority of the other ovary was non-functional. And she said, the likelihood of me getting pregnant is very, very minimal. I said, okay. I said, I don't see this going anywhere because at that time I wanted kids. I said, I don't see this, like, dating is a dress rehearsal for marriage. And if part of your marriage is you want kids, then that's not what you want. And there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make you bigoted. That doesn't make you a homophobe or a transphobe. It doesn't make you secretly homophobic. And that's what's bothering me about the militarization of the transgender movement right now, is they're saying that if you don't agree with our version of the narrative, then you're all these derogatory words. Well, where the fuck is that going to get you? If it's about equality, let's make it about equality. And if it's not about equality, then tell me what it's about. Someone else doesn't get a say if I have to date, say I have to date women with blue eyes if for some reason I always selected women with brown eyes. Yeah. For example, one of my daughters asked me a question as a precursor to her own interests. One of my daughters asked me, have you ever dated a black woman? No, I haven't. Why? Never met one worth dating. There weren't a lot where I worked. There weren't any where I lived. Never ran into one. So my daughter says, well, why do you date a lot of Hispanic women? Because I have. Historically, I date a lot of Hispanic women. I said, because most Hispanic women know how to cook. My luck, I married a Hispanic woman that can make like 4 things. And only 2 of them are Mexican food. I like women that are my height, like 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", or I like them to be 5'1", 5'2", 5'3". I really don't like that 5'4" to all right, I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this illiterate dumbass from Kick as a single pullout. If you can barely speak English, probably not a good idea to even engage in text. I would go back to your parents, your mother especially, and yell at your mother for not swallowing you at conception. Forget alls of this crushed alls, McKay's, and Bull has 2 L's in it. All girls don't care totally about this big losers as the utter hide liar. The diss pics died. All of value buzzed to me, and my king vampires rappers dogs are not fake. You're a dog? Man, I apologize for my previous comment. You have great spelling for a dog. The real people know and confirm all of it nonstop. No one test or bad talk on my life. I don't have an idiot to English dictionary to whip out right now, but this person is a dog. And my king vampire rapper's dog. Do you have any idea how fucking illiterate you are? Like, this isn't like, go back to your mom and yell at her for not swallowing you at conception because you were daddy's fastest sperm, and holy hell, is this a failure? Go back to all of your Go back to all of your school teachers and say, you failed me. But this right here is what I'm talking about. This is what's wrong with society. Somebody took the time to type this way. Are we sure this person didn't have a seizure at their keyboard? Chris Rock did a comedy skit back in the 90s, and it stuck with me all these years. Chris Rock talking about black people, and Chris Rock disgruntled with black people because he says, we're keeping it real, we're keeping it real, we're keeping it real. And he says, yeah, real dumb. And I'll say the same thing about white people. White people are keeping it real dumb. We celebrate stupidity. I still have dinner several nights a week where my kid has to come to the table. Kind of moving away from it because my kid's big enough to make her own food. She doesn't like the food I cook, but she still has to come to, like last night, she didn't want a steak, which I don't know who this kid is then. I don't know you. You don't want a steak? I don't know you. You're some stranger living in my house. But I said, do you want a steak? And she said, no. I said, well, I got sirloin because that's what you like. And she says, I don't want it. I said, okay, well, I'm making you a baked potato. So you're coming to the table to eat that. Well, I don't know, about last week, my daughter's telling a story and she keeps saying low key. And after the third time I stopped and I said, get rid of that word that phrase out of your vocabulary. Get rid of it. You can keep it when you're talking to your friends, but as a reminder, I'm not your friend. If low key this, high key 6, 7, all this nonsense is coming out of your mouth, then I'm failing you, and we're gonna take you out of public school, put you in private school because I'm failing you. It's amazing when you look at your kid and say, I'm gonna change your life, how they immediately, the ones that are smart, can pull out the talk to my friends external hard drive, and they can plug in the I'm talking to my parents external hard drive, and then they can talk like a scholar. If I talked to my father at his table the way some of these kids talk to their parents, he would have knocked my ass out with a dictionary. And we had a big, thick red one. He would have knocked my ass out with that dictionary. And I thank my father for that. Colin Powell, good manners will get you further than a good education. All the time. I go places. Whenever I go somewhere, I either need something or I have a problem. And I want you to think about it for a second. Just realign your perspective of life. Actually, I'll be right back. So anytime you go anywhere in life, you have a need, you have a necessity. You're looking to procure something, you're looking for a good, you're looking for a service, you're looking for something. I'm a yes ma'am, no ma'am, 3 bags full ma'am with everybody because I need them to do something for me. I'm not at the hospital in the registration line for my shits and giggles, right? I'm in the registration line because I need to register. I don't like the hospital. I don't like blood draws. I don't like needles. I love tattoo needles. I don't like blood draw needles. There's a very nice woman. She knows that I'm neurodivergent. She knows that I don't like needles. They always put me with her, even if I gotta wait a little longer. She can do my blood draws and I don't even feel them. Now, when I get blood drawn, this shit's getting tiresome, but I get like 6 or 7 vials taken because I have to have specific B tests that then it's weird. She does the first blood draw and then she has to cover the vial. She can't let it be exposed to the light. I never understood why she doesn't do that one last. It's probably because it has to be the first blood out to shoot. I don't know. I think I'm gonna ask her the next time because I just don't know. But I went up and my file has a note on it. It has a note that I'm PTSD because if I pop, hit somebody with Ativan. Well, I'm there and yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. The guy must not have looked at my note. The note says, don't make me go through 3 different places. Just do all my registration there. Well, the other girl knows me. The guy, he's new. I've never seen him there before. So he just did the small pieces like, go sit over there. Somebody will call you. Well, they don't normally do that for me because they want me to have my wristband. Because my wristband, if they scan it, my wristband also has the thing on it, panic attacks, PTSD, and my dosage of Ativan on it in case I'm having a moment. It's amazing to see that nobody gives a shit anymore. People are mad. People are yelling at the check-in people. Why? Why are you mad at the people are mad at the people doing their jobs? Don't get mad at the people doing their jobs. Not sure if this has reached the States. Apparently, kids aren't supposed to open gifts at parties anymore. They're supposed to open them at home by themselves. To not embarrass people who couldn't afford to bring a gift, or they don't need to pretend to like a gift they don't. Be curious about your take. I found this stupid as hell was explained to me. Sister's kid just had a birthday. That's an interesting view. I haven't heard that. I've not heard that before. My kids, my youngest daughter has finally realized not everybody who invites her to a party actually likes her. Some of the time she gets invited to parties because it's the polite thing to do. Sometimes she gets invited to parties because they're already inviting, like she's on the fringe of a friend group. So you've got, this friend group and these 3 people are in her friend group. And since they're inviting those 3, they invite her because it's the polite thing to do. But as far as opening presents, if your kid visibly looks disgusted with a present, and your kid doesn't know how to receive a gift they don't like graciously, you're a shitty parent. So the idea of having your kids open the gifts at home, is if I'm watching you open your presents and you look visibly disgusted at a present somebody went, bought, wrapped, and brought for you, I'll take all your shit. I'll just take all of it. You don't need any of it then. I also tell the parents, hold on, I gotta go grab a package. Okay, well, I hope nobody walked off with my packages. Sorry. My daughter's off school early, and there's packages that said they were delivered. That was my take. I think you're stunting emotional development. Kids need to learn how to give and receive gifts graciously. Right. I tell the other parents, like, hey, you're invited to my kid's birthday party, and if you can't afford to bring a gift, don't worry about it. When I do a party for my kid, the party isn't my kid's gift to my kid. The party is a gift to my kid's group of friends. My daughter still gets gifts at home. The other thing I don't ever do. So now part of what you asked though, Wolfagar, is the parents should never bring their gift to the kid's party. Even if the party's at your house. The kid should only be opening the gifts that were brought by the other party attendees. I'm not going to have my kid open her birthday presents where there's like a $200 pair of boots and a $200 pair of sunglasses that are from mom and dad, because then that's mom and dad flexing in front of the other parents. Like, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? But yeah, we have terrible manners now. Yeah, my kid would get some out of the water gift compared to the things their friends getting them. Right. It's like, I also don't think that we need to flex on, like, we don't need to flex on having money in front of other people that'll never have money. Like, when my daughter gets just a little bit older, we'll end up taking her friends with us to Disney and Universal. Unless her older sister's coming. Like this next year, her older sister's coming. So, that's 4 of us. When Melly Umpkin was growing up, we brought her best friend with us to Disney and Universal because the kid was in our house all the time. I wasn't going to go to Disney again or Universal again and leave the best friend out because the best friend slept here like 2/3 of the summer. I just said to the parents, I said, hey, we're going to Universal. I'd like to take your kid with us. I'll pay for all of it. I don't need any money from you. I'm not asking you to contribute. I have it. I got all of it. But I've told my daughter, I said, when the time comes, there's going to be some rules and qualifiers for which friend you can take. You, unfortunately, won't be able to take your best friend because your best friend has siblings. And that's not fair to the siblings. But we don't teach stuff anymore. We don't teach etiquette. We don't teach polite. I still think the 6'7" bullshit is terrible. Literally has no meaning, but people still think it's funny. I hate 6'7". The Grinch from Universal Studios has the best response. Someone yells 6'7", just yell 8'9". Yeah, I make a habit of repeating customer service reps' names at them when I greet them. They're like, hey, thanks for calling. My name is... I respond with, hey, I'm looking for this. It completely changes the tone of the entire conversation. The other thing is, if you need... Remember, calling like your credit card company or calling a 1-800 number, the customer service line, and getting pissed and getting angry is going to solve exactly nothing. And the reason why it's going to solve exactly nothing is that person gets screamed at all day, every day. That person gets screamed at all the time. You screaming at them doesn't help. If you really want something from them, just always use this phrase. I have a problem and I'm hoping you can help. Because they have a whole list of tools at their disposal that, yeah, it's perfectly fine to tell them that you're getting frustrated, but don't take it out on them. Like, for example, we're going to Disney in February, May, June, and then probably 1 or 2 more times next year because the season they gave us season passes for $500. Normally their tickets $450 for 6 days. Now they gave us unlimited days for $500. So I'll go. We can't get into a deluxe resort, the military resort, because it's full up. No problem. We called to try to see. We're going over 4th of July, or not 4th of July, Valentine's Day and President's Day weekend. Disney's pretty well full up over that weekend. My wife called trying to get us into a deluxe resort at an affordable rate for the extra hours. Not that we need them, but just if it's a couple of $100, let's do it that way. My wife is always nice to the Disney people because the Disney people have what's called magic moments. They can pixie dust you, which is do a lot of nice things for you, or they can magic moment you and solve really big problems one time a year without a supervisor or boss's manager's approval. All my wife did was call and talk and ended up saving $200 on our room and got a nicer room out of it. She was able to, because of occupancy going up to where it was, she was able to then, whatever the magic number formula is, they were able to combine the out of season rate and the military discount together for an extra $200 off and a nicer room. I'll take that. But guess what? If my wife had called in and been a bitch on wheels and yelling and cussing and everything, wouldn't have gotten nothing, and then you'd have a derogatory comment on your file. Just like at the hospital. If you scream at people at the hospital, they annotate your file with violent. Have we got to guess the beans in the jar for a number of proposals over the Valentine's Day period? People... Okay, gentlemen, guys, listen up. Don't propose around her birthday. Don't propose around Valentine's Day. Don't propose around Christmas. Don't propose around these times of year. For your sake and her sake. And here's why. It might not work out. And then you absolutely do not want a bad memory for you connected to that. Don't propose in front of her or your family. Now, you can do a staged proposal after she's already said yes. But don't propose in front of her family or your family or in public, because then it puts this weird obligation to say yes on it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Also, I'm going to get shit from the women about this. Don't get married at all. Don't get married at all. Get married when it makes sense financially. Don't get married at all. Nearly 50% of marriages are ending in divorce. People are getting married for the wrong reasons. Don't get married at all. I know it sounds weird. Don't get married. If you're not 100% sure you want to have kids, don't get married. If you have kids, you should get married, complete the family unit. But yeah, we're at a spot right now where we're stuck in the, well, you're supposed to get married. Why? Why are you supposed to get married? Where did all these supposed to, ought tos, obligated tos come from? It's what your parents did because it's what their parents did because it's what their parents did. Well, you got to go to school, then you got to go to college, then you got to get a 4-year degree. Why? What are you going to do with that 4-year degree? The institution has turned into a business proposal as well as an emotional religious thing. You're right. You are absolutely 1 billion% correct. There are people that whose weddings are costing $35,000, $40,000, $50,000. Look, man, there aren't 100 people I like enough to drop 50 grand on. They're simply not. There are not enough people on the planet that I need to be dropping anywhere near 50 grand at a wedding. Women don't get pregnant until you're married. Tie that extra legal string onto him in case something goes tits up and you have to face each other over a lawyer's conference room table. Yeah, but we also have, like, this one is the one where I'm gonna say derogatory stuff to the women. Women, I'm tired of hearing about why. I'm just really, really tired of women dogging on men because they're saying, I don't understand why he's such a bad dad or such a bad father. Well, here's the guy, and he's got baby mama 1, baby mama 2, baby mama 3, and then here's you signing up to be baby mama 4, and then you have a baby with him, and then you have a whole list and litany of things. He's a dog, he doesn't take care of his kids, he doesn't pay child support. You fucking knew he wasn't paying child support. You knew he had 3 kids. You knew he already had 3 kids, so you knew that if you had a kid with him and you went on child support with him, you were going to be the smallest cut of child support. Because the first order gets paid out, then the second order gets paid out, then the third order gets paid out, and then the fourth order gets paid out. In some states, it's equal. In some states, it's by priority. The maximum amount you can, and again, it's 50 states, 50 rules, bunch of different standards. In some states, the first mom takes up to this, takes 20%. The second mom can only get 8%. The third mom can only get 7% above that. And the fourth mom can only get 5% above that because he can't. No more than 60% or no more than 40% of his wages can be taken in child support. Now, you would say that, well, it would make sense if they took the 40%, divided it in 4, and everybody got 10%. But the mom who was first getting 20%, she ain't gonna agree to give up half her money. But what kills me about women, and I know I'm dogging on women right now, I'm not saying that men should behave like this, because they shouldn't. But if there weren't it's like, who came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know. Who changes first, the chicken or the egg? If women stopped having relationships with dirtbag deadbeat dads, then those deadbeat dads wouldn't have the next option to jump. Why can't I find a guy who appreciates me for my worth? What worth? You have 3 kids from 3 different fathers. What worth do you believe you have? Because I'm old now, right? I'm old. I have no problem saying I'm old. I'm old. 4 more years and I'll be fully fledged. I'll probably be fully gray in 4 years. It's going pretty well. If something happened to my wife, in 4 years, my youngest would be 17. Do you know the total number of children that I want with a woman that I get with after having raised kids my entire adult life? Zero. I don't want nothing. If you have adult kids and they come to visit on Sundays, whatever, great. But like, I said to a friend, I said, in 6 years, I'm done raising kids. In 6 years, I'm done raising kids. In 6 years, you still have 6 years of raising kids. Exactly, one per ovary that you're currently carrying inside of your own. Yeah. I don't think people have a really good rationale. Like, let me map this out. So I'm 46. In 6 years, I'll be 52, and I'm done with kids. I'm done with kids. My friend is 45 and has 12 years left to go before her youngest is 18. She's got a 21-year-old daughter. She's 1 year younger than me, has a 21-year-old daughter. In 12 years, she's gonna have grandkids. She's married to a piece of shit. Guy doesn't take care of his kids. And she's upset because she's like, well, how am I supposed to date with these 4 kids? You're not. I hate to be the cold bearer of bad news. Ain't nobody want a fixer-upper woman project that has 4 kids, 1 teenager and 3 sub-teen. Nobody wants that at 45. Nobody wants you. And let me go a step further. You need to scrutinize any person who tries to come into your life more than the CIA would vet them. You find a guy that you say, oh, he's a really good guy, he's interested in me, even though the fact that I have, even though I have 4 kids, 3 daughters. You're gonna need his name, address, phone number, social security, 20 years of employment records. You're gonna need his fingerprints in his FBI file. You're gonna need to talk to his pastor, his mother, any ex-mother-in-laws. Why? Because any guy who's getting involved with a woman that has 4 kids under 13, 3 of them being daughters, and is voluntarily getting involved in that, you're going to need to know the story. Now, I'm not saying every single guy that's going to get involved in that is bad. I'm not saying that at all. There might be a guy who likes kids, who's sterile, who can't have any of his own, and he's willing to step up when this other guy stepped off. There might be a few diamonds in the rough. But there's also going to be a lot of people that you don't want around your kids. And women want to blame men. Okay. Men are dogs. Why do men act like dogs? Because when Rover comes over, you always bend over. If he's like, if you're looking for a cut above, then be with the cut above. I've been single very rarely in my adult life. Other than when I was working on my master's degree, I've been single very rarely in my adult life. I went from like one relationship to sport dating to one of those sport fish became a girlfriend. There was a girl, I was at the karaoke bar, and she's talking to me, and we'd seen each other at the karaoke bar on Sunday 3 weeks in a row. Things are going good, and we're talking and we're having a good time, and she turns around and I see her pull out a small glass vial, and she's rubbing something on her gums. Now, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it's a white powdery substance. I don't want to jump to conclusions. So I asked, I said, hey, what's in the vial? And she's like, oh, it's cocaine. I'm just doing some nummies. Have a good night. Picked up my drink, walked the fuck away. She got mad. She came over and she's like, well, what's the problem? I said, I'm not interested in going anywhere, because that was the end. That was like the end goal for that night. We were going to go somewhere. I'm not interested in going anywhere with anybody that's got cocaine on them. I don't want that fucking headache. I don't want that hassle. I don't want any. I am not interested in that entanglement. You're a very nice person. You're very sweet. I don't know anything else about you other than the fact that we've come up to a red flag. Well, it's not like I was snorting a line of coke. I said, really? You never snort lines of coke? She's like, well, I do, but, well, there you go. Like, there's Pandora's box. I know where this is going. I'm not stupid. I happen to know what people do with cocaine. She's a nice girl. Had great taste in music, great taste in movies, great taste in alcohol. She knew what a frangelica was. Yeah, you have cocaine on your person and now I have knowledge of it. I will not be charged as an accessory. Have a good night. Have a good life. Have a good life. Get out of here. Have a good life. It's like I told you, I saved a girl a couple of years ago. Her intimate partner was domestically abusive. She was my friend. I had her move in my house. And then she didn't always come back, which was fine. You're not a child. You're living with us. You're going through some shit. You're getting your mind right. And then the one day she came and her pupils were dilated. And she smoked a fuck ton of weed. I said to her, I was like, you're not on weed. What are you on? And she's like, well, I did a little cocaine. You're going to need to get your shit out of my house. You can sleep here tonight. Tomorrow morning, you need to get up. You need to get the fuck out of my house. She's like, why? I said, because I have a fucking child. You're not going to be on that shit around my kid. You're not going to bring that shit near me. You're going to get your shit up. You're going to get out of my house. I know it's sudden. We'll make it work. Go the fuck away. I can't save you from that decision-making process. I can't save you from that. I can save you from a lot of things. I can't save you from that. I'm gonna show this one. I gotta pull it down off Discord. We've got a disconnect with people living in Delulu land. I wish this person would have given the information about where they were, but we're living in a world where people are fucking detached from reality. Let's listen to this one.
Whatever the market dictates. Okay, well, in my county, a living wage starts at a minimum of $35 an hour. Whatever the
market dictates. Okay, so you said $35 an hour is what the livable wage in your area is. Bullshit. This means you're saying that you need a minimum of $72,800 a year for a livable wage. Now, are there places in America where you would need more than $72,800 a year to live? Yes. If She said my county. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. She's a fucking liar. My county. What county then? Because if you're so certain that that's going to stand up to scrutiny, tell us the county. The thing about every county is every county has rich places and poor places. Now, if you're going to say like Beverly Hills, California, sure. But you're not expecting to live in Beverly Hills, California if you're not already baller. Fucking Amazon is so stupid. They keep delivering stuff that's not weighted. They don't put rocks on it. I get it. And let me bring up Maslow, because I get it. I understand. People are upset. And I'm not telling people that they don't have a right to be upset. People have every right to be upset. But when you start talking about your right to be upset, you can be upset about physiological needs not being able to be met, except for one. There's one physiological need you can't be upset about, and that's reproduction. Air, water, food, shelter, sleep, and clothing. You have a right to these things. And I'm not going to tell you, that you don't have a right to these things. But reproduction, you shouldn't be having children until you are financially in a position where you can afford to have children. Personal security, employment, resources, health, and property. Again, you have a right to all of those, except property needs to be defined as there is personal property, but we don't consider personal property. People think personal property is like a house. You don't have a right to a house. You have a right to shelter. You have a right to 4 walls and a roof, 3 hots and a cot. And that is really where the end of your rights end. You don't have a right to employment. Holy shit, what a bad take. You have to make yourself employable. I didn't say anything. You have a right to employment. You have a right to employment. You said you have to make yourself employable. You have a right to employment. And here's why. No, you don't. Yes, you do, and here's why. If you are going to create a society, you have got to create enough jobs so that people can provide for their first bottom line physiological needs, or you need to provide those physiological needs for them directly. So you're saying you don't have a right to employment. Well, if you don't have a right to employment, then how do you meet your physiological needs? Then the state must provide those things. So you have a right to employment. You don't have a right to be employed doing whatever you want. If you want to be a teacher, you have to go get the credentialing to be a teacher. If you want to be a doctor, you have to go get the credentialing to be a doctor. You don't have the right to get whatever job you want with somebody else paying for your credentialing. But either society gives you this, as Hobbes, Rousseau, Locke, the state of nature, the purpose of government, when we make the exchange of the state of nature into a civilized society. Otherwise, if you acknowledge that your physiological needs must be met, either society gives you those things, or society guarantees you a job, because the only other alternative is this. And then that breaks down the fabric of a society. Either you provide me a structure where I can earn my first level. Guessing this guy is ex-military with its takes? Well, first of all, I know who you are, It's Fane. So you're not a tough guy. Second of all, I am ex-military. Except I went into the military with a master's degree enlisted because I had the spine and the big boy boxers to go defend my country when some terrorist assholes flew some planes into some buildings. So unless you served in the military, I suggest that you back your shit down because you're too puss to serve in the military. You want to put the military's name in your mouth. I gave the military a hell of a lot more than I ever got from it. Okay? Now, I made more in my life before I ever joined the military. I went into the military to serve my country because nobody in my family had in 2 generations. You made real money dealing in capitalism. No, you didn't. No, the fuck you did not. What real money did you make? Yeah, also, by the way, the theory by the thing, it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, not mine. You made real money dealing in capitalism, yet you frantically struggled to try to build a content creator career? I'm just wondering. I mean, you want to come in and talk mad shit. That's cool. What's real money to you? Yeah. See, when people come in and they forget that they have rules for their own community, we encourage kindness and a sense of family, but only on my channel. I don't want to be held accountable for my actions on anybody else's channel. I want to be able to run around and be an asshole. If you discuss politics, religion, or other sensitive topics, please be respectful of everyone's views and opinions and base your discussion on hard research and facts. So what happened to that? That only applies in your house? So you're the largest type of hypocrite. So your behavior is only moderated on your channel. Tips are amazing and help me fund and create the content here. But I thought you made big boy capitalism money. What happened to the big boy capital? Why can't you make the content on YouTube without the big boy capitalism money? What happened to it? Did it get lost? Nothing? You got nothing? You just came in, talked some mad shit, don't know what you're talking about? You're a great representative of the exact problem with content creators. Content creators who forget that they have shit on their channel that they have to be held accountable to. Did you run away now? Did your balls fall off? Or did you forget whose channel you were stumbling into? Oh, that's cool. He dipped. Let's fucking tag him on Twitter. I don't give a shit. I will put people on full fucking blast. I do not care. Here we go. I don't give a fuck. I'll go after people. I do not give a shit. Let's see. I saw somebody say, but I see throngs of people here illegally walking with strollers on the sidewalks during work hours without a care in the world. Free food, housing, medical, and no work because they had their kids after crossing the border when I realized where everyone's tax money is going. Okay, so let me stop you there. Tax money doesn't go to illegal immigrants. And I know a lot of people, I know a lot of people want to blame immigrants. Now, I am not saying that services don't go to illegal immigrants, because they absolutely do. Services do go to them. They do get medical care that ultimately ends up being paid for by the state. Absolutely. Because we have a philosophy in America that we can't turn people away that go to the hospital. If you go to the hospital and you need to be treated, you get treated. And then unfortunately what happens is a terrible system, a terrible idea, is in order for the state to reimburse that illegal, undocumented, I'll use undocumented, that undocumented person who needs medical care, they end up getting assigned a Medicaid ID number. They shouldn't. In my opinion, that was a Band-Aid, slap a Band-Aid on the problem. And they didn't fix the problem thoroughly. What they should have done is they should have created a pool of money for undocumented workers and a pool of money, a pool of identifications for poor people who need to be on Medicaid. I would like to go a step further that says, I am not against the idea of immigration because I'm an immigrant. My family are immigrants. I was born here, so I'm 14th Amendment citizen, but I'm also the son of an immigrant. So I say I'm both. I have a foot in both worlds. I understand what it's like for people to struggle. I understand poverty. I understand hunger. Despite the guy that came in and said you don't have the right to a job, fucking putz. And I absolutely understand those people that are trapped. Here's the below. Here's the upper. Here's the people that get benefits. Here's the people that don't need. And here's the people right here in the middle. As Sugarland says, they're above the below, but below the upper. They're in the zone where money gets tight. And I get it. It's disheartening. It's disenfranchising to go to a job every day and to work hard and pay your taxes and do everything that you're supposed to do and not be able to get ahead. And I get that. I understand that. Some people live there through choice. Some people live there through bad choices. Some people live there through no fault of their own. I know people that did quote unquote everything I was supposed to, and life never treated them properly. The people that are about 5 years older than me, they finished high school, they got a job at American Can or Tootsie Roll or Pluckman's Mustard or UPS, and then all of a sudden American Can cuts a shift, or the Tootsie Roll factory cuts a shift. Pluckman's Mustard goes out of business, or they close that factory. And then what's happened is you left high school, you worked there for 10 years, you don't have enough to live forever, but you don't have any skills that get you into a job. And then you see illegal immigrants supposedly getting, now, some states have given state money to illegal immigrants, undocumented. That's a different discussion. But federally, federal money is not supposed to go to undocumented individuals. My state, the state of Illinois, I know New York, I know a couple other states, they were spending aid money on undocumented workers, undocumented individuals. I understand the hatred that that breeds. Charity should not be decided for another. And it's hard because I know people on SNAP. Without SNAP, they don't feed their families. But people start talking about, well, the average American only pays $34 a year towards SNAP. Well, right, then I don't want to pay that at all because that's charity and I don't want to pay it. I'm in California. I admit I don't know how much is state or federal. In California, all the aid going to the undocumented workers, that is all state aid. That is Governor Newsom's agenda. And I understand that being in California would suck ass. I want it, absolutely. New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, California, those states, some of those states divert a lot of resources towards immigrants. Some states export the immigrants. My belief is this. America is broken. America is broken on a fundamental level. You got that guy that came in and is like, you don't have a right to a job, wants to talk shit because he's never been punched in the mouth. Will Wheaton's Law. We've got a lot of really rude people because they've never been punched in the mouth. Will Wheaton's Law, don't be a dick. Look, you want to have a philosophical discussion about Maslow? Well, there's only 3 ways to provide your physiological needs. Be given them, earn them, or steal them. There's not a fourth option. You simply cannot farm all the food that you need, build all the shelter that you need, make all the clothes that you need. You simply cannot do that in today's society anymore. Now, sadly enough, we used to be able to do that. Ma used to sew all the clothes. But even then, Ma sewed the clothes for the kids. The girls were inside making clothes, cooking food, tending the garden, while Dad and the boys were out tending the field. But you still can't take corn or wheat or grain and use it. Now you need a miller. You need somebody to turn it into flour. Well, very few people have the skills necessary to be a gardener and a farmer and a rancher and a miller and a construction guy. You had some of the skill, but like you contact the town and you're like, hey, I need help raising a barn. Everybody goes to church on Sunday. Then everybody comes out and helps you raise the barn. It was community. Communal. Communism. How do we benefit by you having a barn? Well, because with another barn, I can better run my operations on my farm. I can get better yields. I can have more animals. I can have more grain. I can have more this. The more I have, the more I share with the town. Yeah, and you feed them. Right. Exactly. When people get caught up in this idea, like, I hate when people come in here and bullshit and flex when you know their story and you know they're fucking full of shit. Like, look, I tell you outright, I have a corporation that owns my record label. All the music you hear on this show is all PGN music owned. I don't benefit from it. I don't draw money out of PGN. And there's nothing wrong with saying I need donations in order to do nice things. I tell you why I don't put my money into PGN, because I have a wall. I have a corporate veil between me and my company. I want to see if the company can grow on its own. And it is. It's growing fine. It's growing at the rate I need it to. I don't need to do this. I could stop doing this tomorrow. Do people want to come in and say, you don't have a right to a job? Okay, then I have a right to your shit. Because that's what you're saying. Because you get ignorant ass people. Like, how many people are rocking? Like, this thing is impossible to read. This thing's a nightmare. Like, but I keep hearing people say, oh, the founding fathers were ignorant white men, uneducated white men. No, they weren't. No, they were not. They were racist white men. Abso-fucking-lutely they were. All men are created equal, except immigrants and slaves and the Irish. All men are created equal, but we're going to have a policy called indentured servitude and slavery. All men are created equal, but in this same document, we're going to say that some people are only 3/5 of a person. Okay, the founding fathers, absolutely, they were drunk off their asses during the writing of the Declaration of Independence, or I'm sorry, of the Constitution. Madison and Hamilton, Franklin, but he was drunk all the time anyway. They did the heavy lifting on writing the Constitution. Absolutely. But when you say that the founding fathers weren't educated, the founding fathers read this as casual fucking reading. The founding fathers dissected Rousseau, Hobbes, Locke, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Dante. They broke this stuff down trying to think what a better society would look for. Thus we see that the kings of the Indians in America, which is still a pattern of the first ages in Asia and Europe, whilst the inhabitants were too few for the country, and want of people and money gave men no temptation to enlarge their possession of land or contest for wider extent of ground, are little more than generals of their armies, and though they command absolutely in war, yet at home in time of peace, they exercise. Like, holy hell, man, you're going on, like, that's one sentence. Like, you're just like on and on, like, but they could follow it. Yeah, the founding fathers learned and taught at Harvard. Like William and Mary, Orange, Brown. Like, we have, like, when you get ignorant ass fucks like that guy that come in, then you're a hypocrite. Like, look, I'm a rude ass motherfucker everywhere I go as my default setting. As long as you bring receipts, you can hate my guts. Yeah, Native Americans, believe it or not, were viewed lower than slaves. The Irish are slaves, the savages. Like, they literally called the Native Americans, the indigenous population, savages. They didn't there was no consideration of rights being extended to them. Yeah, your son complained about an essay he had to write that was 300 words. It fell on deaf ears because I, at that moment, was crafting a sentence that ended up consisting of 78 words. My daughter said that to me once. My daughter said, I have to write this like 2,500 word essay. I said, that should take you 20 minutes on your phone and texting. And she's like, no, it won't. And I showed her these text messages she sends. My daughter will go on a rant on a text message and it will be hundreds of words. When my daughter does that to me, I send this image back to my daughter. When she sends me this several hundred words all in one paragraph, I don't even read it. She knows when I send this, it means you didn't put paragraph breaks in. I'm not going to struggle to read that. If you need to tell me 2,000 words, call me. Just call me. Her older sister has tried to teach her for years how to talk to dad. Dad, I need $25. For what? we're red and Tanner's paycheck is on hold. My son-in-law's paycheck is on hold. Cool. Where am I sending it? Cash App, PayPal, where am I sending it? Because you've told me everything I need to know. You need $25 because you're red and his paycheck is... It's not bad spending, it's just because his paycheck's held up. Sure, send it to you. She also knows, though, the moment she's 25 down, she can never ask for money again until she sends the 25 back. Send me the 25 back. We live in a society, we don't live in the greatest society on earth anymore. America has the potential to be the greatest society ever. Did Ashes of Creation get better now that it's on Steam? No. Ashes of Creation is a complete and abysmal failure. It is a complete... It is a complete recognition of the joke that is what they attempted to do, because all of the people that were backing Ashes of Creation and all of the people that were shitting on people like me and Narc, although I have no sympathy for Narc because he decided to shit on me. Narc had no original ideas at first. He was copyright stealing people's content, showing their content as if it was his own. He didn't care how long it had been. Steven's responses to the lawsuits, he's like, I just want to put some things in perspective. The lawsuit is for $800,000, and that's 1 week of our operating expenses. So your operating expenses are $42 million a year. Cool, good show. Ready? Let's talk about that. Your operating expenses are $32 million a year, and the best you can do is 22,000 concurrent players. Your operating expenses are $42 million a year. You spent $42 million to make a game that can't pick up enough new players to even pay off 1 week of your, or 2 weeks of your operating expenses. 50% of the reviews in my language are positive. Okay. Purchase type. Steam purchases. 5,428 Steam purchases. It's pretty good. But the bad part is 20K concurrent is pretty healthy? No, not at all. Not in the slightest. Here, let me do some math with you. You have a $40 million annual operating expense. Okay? And that's what they said. It's a little bit more. We'll do 40 million. 40 million divided by 12 is 3.3 million monthly. Divide that by 15. That means you need 222,222 concurrent subscribing players to break even on what you claim is your operating expense. Which means you need paying. They have 150,000 people that have some amount of people that already have kits. Now, does that count Intrepid conversions as well? No, because what happens is when you look at the purchase type, the other are the people who got the game when they linked to their accounts. They show up like this. Product received for free. Because you didn't buy it. It looks like you were given a developer key. But and then if you go through this, you'll start to see the refunds. Ashes of Creation is a victim of their own shitty community and not doing community management. So you start here and you're going this way. And somebody says, hey, there's a pothole up ahead. Well, you view that person saying you should go left because there's a pothole up ahead. You view this person as negative. But the AI says the owner invested 45 million of his own money into the game. Yeah? Sure. 25, $40 million. 24, $40 million. 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. Let's say the owner did put 45 million of his own money into the game. In 2 years' expenditures, they're 35 million lost. Because if you go back, they started claiming they had 250 people working from them and all these contractors last year. They might not have had all the contractors, so that number might be lower. Right? The number might be lower. Even, the owner said he'll probably have to sink in another 50. He said Ashes is at least a year from going into beta. So if that's another 40, he got that much? No, I don't think he does. I think when again, I have a multitude of videos over on YouTube that they actually took down. I linked these to the Steam because Steven Once Upon a Time in a Land Far Away said, we're not afraid of the truth. And if you go through these 4 videos, I am not disrespectful in any of these 4 videos. If you've watched these 4, I am not disrespectful in the slightest. They took those videos down. They didn't want them linked to their Steam page because they don't want people to see that they have a hidden they have a hidden investor. Steven said he was funding the initial 30 million, but before he even did the Kickstarter campaign, he already had $1 million investor. Steven doesn't own 100% of Intrepid Studios. They took these down because they didn't want him seen. The community doesn't like me because I'm abrasive, I'm rude, I'm crass, I'm sardonic, I'm sarcastic, I'm sarcotic. That's where you're so sarcastic, people think you're psychotic. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I don't care if you're a kid from Florida who wants to bitch about not being able to live in mom and dad's neighborhood, and I'm gonna laugh at your dumbass when you dox yourself. I don't care that you make $100,000 a year working for Amazon. You're still 50 short a year, and I'm at the end of my life. I make more a year than you, and this kid's just going on and on. Dude, you have a degree in computer science, and you don't understand what a median is. I can't help you. Go back to your school and tell them you failed to prepare me for math terms. You don't understand that housing appreciates faster than other assets. By the very nature, housing appreciates faster than other assets by the very nature of how housing is bought and sold. Every single house goes up radically in pricing because you have to pay 3 to 6% to a realtor, plus tax, title, closing, inspections, repairs. So I buy a house 3 years later, I'm selling it, I'm going to want a profit out of that. And I'm going to get it due to the availability of housing. He doesn't have that kind of money, not if he had to eat almost a $4 million loss when he had to sell his own house, and he can't afford to pay company taxes or insurance. Yeah, let's not forget he's got he sold his house. I don't know all the details of it, but I know at one point he sold his house to an LLC or whatever the fuck he did. I didn't pay any attention to that story because I didn't think it mattered. All I know is that the state of Florida has 4 liens against him personally. And then the state of California has 1 lien against the company. It's only about $40,000, which is a nothing burger, but just pay your fucking taxes. This is also the company that, due to their bad management, GigaBear was the CEO of Intrepid Studios for like 3 days. This is the company that, while they were saying everything is good, they were in bad standing with the California Franchise Tax Board, so much so that they couldn't hold on to their incorporated name. And a guy, just a random dude, reached in and took their company name. This is the same guy that everybody in the Ashes of Creation community thought they were smarter than, but he was able to reach in and take their company name. Now, he could have caused them all sorts of problems. He could have fucked Intrepid Studios he could have fucking nailed their balls to the wall, because all he had to do was, as the lawful owner of Intrepid Studios Incorporated, contact the EIN department and say, hey, I need to get an EIN against this name. And they would say, well, that name already has an EIN attached. And he could just say, well, I've recently procured the name, so invalidate the other one. At the time, Intrepid was in bad standing with the California Franchise Tax Board, so they couldn't have done a name change. And the moment their EIN gets invalidated, they can't do business. They can't have employees. You have to have an EIN in order to have employees. So I don't think people realize the extent to which GigaBear could have been a mushroom cloud laying motherfucker. Yeah, his own investors had to take him to court to gain access to the financial records. When your own investors have to take you to court to see the books, that's really bad. Like if for some odd reason I sold a part of PGN to anybody and they called me and they say, hey, I want to see the books. I'd be like, yeah, give me 2 days. I'll send them over. Let me just update them to the current minute. Let me zip them. Let me take off any PII from them. And let me give you a distributable copy. I got to take off like account numbers and stuff. You don't put the full account number when you send it. You leave like the last two numbers in the account number just so people can bounce it. But you get the people that come in and with anything, they don't like you because you don't share a positive opinion about their product. But at first, the only negativity was, hey man, there's a pothole. You might want to go left or you might want to go right. Well, I'm going to go through it. Oh shit, we got a flat tire. We got to pull over. Then when you say, yeah, I fucking told you so, that's a fucking, I told you there's a pothole here. I know the road. I know what you're going to encounter. You chose to hit a pothole at 75. Now you popped a tire and dented the rim. That doesn't make me the bad guy. It only makes me the bad guy if I snuck into the road the night before and dug the fucking pothole. If I put the pothole there, it makes me the bad guy. But that's in everything. People blame everybody else for their lot in life. So, didn't he hire his old boss from Zango? He did not hire his old boss from Zango. He hired, his husband is no longer the chief financial officer on paper. A man named Ryan Ogden is the most recent labeled chief financial officer. So John Moore is no longer listed as the chief financial officer. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. This is another shit eel piece of behavior that people should nail them to the wall for. So you go to Ashes of Creation and there's Intrepid Studios Inc. And when you click on it, it doesn't look like they've ever published another game. Oh, they took Apocalypse off altogether? Oh, no, they didn't. Hold on. Okay, so here's Intrepid Studios, Inc., period. So when you click on that, nothing. Well, why are you so chicken shit that you disconnected the other product? if you're ashamed of the other products you put out, then and here's the thing, I don't care if I hurt Steven's feelings because he lumped me in with 3 other creators and said I like to masquerade the truth. I ain't masqueraded shit. I just tell the truth about your product. If you don't like the inconvenient truths, either A, don't create the inconvenient truth, or B, you talk about them. Look, you have a lawsuit. If I'm running a company that's public facing, I'm gonna let people. Why did he say that? Because he was pissed off and he was angry and he's frustrated and he's watching 10 years of his life go swirly, and as it is right now, he's gonna be looking for somebody to blame, which is always funny to me when people blame me for Ashes of Creation having a negative reputation, and I say, wait a minute, in one sentence you'll say I'm a nobody creator with no viewership, no followership, you'll make fun of my product, you'll make fun of my quality, you'll make fun of my voice, you'll make fun of my hair, you'll make fun that I'm balding. I'm not, by the way, I've had the same hairline since I was a kid, but whatever. You want to throw your pot shots at me? Go fuck you. It can't be my fault Intrepid Studios is floundering if at the same time you say I have no reach and I have no voice. Like, Pirate Software is covering Ashes of Creation. He has a fucking vested interest in covering Ashes of Creation. He has a very, 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 very vested interest. If Ashes of Creation launches, oh, apparently he doesn't. I take that back. He does not have a Ashes of Creation referral code on his Steam, or on his overlay. I figured he would. But you have a content creator that covers a game. If that game is making them money, if they make more money during the time period they're covering that game than any other game, then they're going to cover it. Asmongold is no longer beholden to any single game. I can't think of the last time I saw Asmongold play WoW. Yet a lot of people will say Asmongold is the WoW streamer. I don't think he's the WoW streamer anymore. I think he is a more general on-air personality. I think if Asmongold had the desire to be, and some of you may disagree with me, he plays it all the time on his 24/7 channel. Yeah. In my opinion, Asmongold could easily translate to the radio and be a Bobby Bones or a Mancow Muller. I think Asmongold has the ability to identify a lot of problems in a lot of walks of life, video games primarily, but a lot of things Asmongold says about the world, and the further into politics he gets, the more I disagree with him, which is fine. We're allowed to have different opinions. He can overtake Rogan. I think if Asmongold gave a shit and wanted to, if he said, I want to have a bigger viewership than Joe Rogan, I think he could. I think he resonates and reaches people on that level. Now, I know I can't. I absolutely know I cannot. Because I don't know how to shut my mouth and bring it into the middle where I'm not offensive. Remember, on any given day, if I talk about 3 political issues, at any given time, I can lose 50% of my audience, then 50% of my audience, then 50% of my audience. I also have a reputation of, I'm a honey badger. I don't give a shit about your opinion. I don't fucking care. I could, like, when my gaming PC blew up, my processor said, I'm done. I was like, okay. If my streaming rig said fuck off and it wasn't under warranty, I don't know if I'd keep doing this. Asmongold is the epitome of doing everything wrong and still succeeding. Those are his own words. Right. Asmongold does not follow any of the industry standard, tried and true. This is what Asmongold doesn't have. Like, he doesn't have a nice layout. My layout's not amazing. My layout is cut down to what I want. This layout is how I want my layout. Asmongold is literally not, he doesn't even have a frame around himself on his stream. It's literally a box of him and then chat in the corner and then that's it. He never gave a shit about any of the fucking own.tv or fucking, you know, Kong Vector or any of them. He's like, I don't give a fuck. He's like, I'm just gonna be, I got a mic, a camera. You guys can see what I'm talking about. That's it. Asmongold got his initial viewership based from before most modern rules of streaming became a thing. Yeah, absolutely. Thing is, the reason I watch Asmongold and you is you both of you don't give a shit about people's opinion. I give a shit about my viewers' opinion because I want to understand it. I'm not going to change my opinion to have more viewers. But if I say something like, all birthday cakes should be buttercream, not whipped cream. That's because I like buttercream. If you like whipped cream, I just want to know, why do you like whipped cream over buttercream? I'm not going to try. I don't sell cakes. I don't care what birthday cake you eat. I don't care. I just want to know why you have that opinion. Like, for example, I like Europe. Europeans, I like you for this reason. In a lot of your countries, your driving age is after your drinking age. I think having the driving age after the drinking age just makes sense. If we're going to let kids drink at 16, we're not going to let them drive till 18. Why? Let them spend 2 years understanding the debilitating effects of alcohol so that they know fucking better than before they get behind the wheel of a car. I think that's smart. And I know some of you are gonna not like this, and that's okay. I adamantly disagree with the mentality that we're raising the age of smoking to 21. I don't think it should be 21 years old to smoke. I don't think it should be 21 to drink. I don't think it should be 21 years old to use marijuana in the states that it's legal. Either at 18 years old, you are an adult, or at 18 years old, you are not. I think it is absolutely poppycock that a young man or a young woman in the military can be promoted twice. They could be a sergeant before they can drink a drink. There is something that bothers me, and maybe not in the Army or the Marines or the Navy, but in the Air Force, you can be 20 years old and be a staff sergeant, and you still can't drink. Someone please explain the logic here. Also, you can be a police officer. You could be a firefighter. You could be 20 years old and have a high-risk job, but you can't go home and have a beer after work. What the hell sense does that make? Either you're an adult at 18 or you're not an adult. Law getting in the way of common sense. Well, let me ask this. If you're so mature at 18 that we trust you to cast a ballot for the political leadership of your county, state, country, how the hell are you not adult enough to drink a beer? Now, could I see putting limits on alcohol purchases between 18 and 21? Absolutely. Could I see saying at any given time you can't buy more than a 6-pack or a fifth? Sure, I'd be okay with that. But we don't do things in a common sense way. And then we get people like the dumbass who was in here earlier. Look, man, if you're going to run around Twitch and talk shit, don't have your morals on your Twitch channel that says treat everybody with respect and family like, and then come into my channel and be a douche canoe. Because I'm going to put you on blast. Especially, don't forget, I've sat in your stream. I've listened to you. I've watched your shit. You're so far up somebody's ass trying to make a future for yourself. One-year test 18, your second class video. Going at E3, 6 months test and pass. Yeah, see, we can't do that in the Air Force. You go into we don't test for E4 in the Air Force. In the Air Force, we have BTZ below the zone. E4 is automatic in the Air Force. E4 in the Air Force is automatic. Unless you and you have to do something to screw up your promotion to E4. You go into the military at 17 years old. You sign a 6-year contract, or you have 20 college credit hours. Or 60 college credit hours. I forgot how many it is. You go in at 17 years old as an E3. 6 months later, you BTZ. So you're 17 and a half and you're a senior airman. In the following February, you test for E5. You make it, but you get promoted among all others. So you'll be like 18 and a half or 19 and you put on staff sergeant. There's no way in the Air Force for you to test again and rank again, because you have a 1-year down year before you can test again. We have a mandatory, you can test that in February as long as you're wearing it, but you're going to be in the all others category. And then you don't get to test the following year. You have your down year. You have a test every 6 months. Yeah, we don't. We test once a year, and you have to be wearing your rank by a certain point in order to test for the next rank. The fastest person I've ever seen make E7, I've seen 2 people. One worked for me. Her name was Dawn. And then my tech school roommate, I've seen both of these people make, they were both 6-year masters. They were both 6-year E7s. But they were only able to do that because the timing aligned and they were shit hot. When you were the soda machine in CQ at 50 cent buds overseas. Yeah. And I'm not saying alcohol should be part of any culture. Like I got yelled at, and I'll share this story. I got yelled at when I promoted to captain. When I promoted to captain, my XO came to me and he said, "How much money are you putting on the bar tonight?" I said, "I'm not putting any money on the bar." And he had this like, I might as well have just said that I'm a communist. He looked at me and he's like, "Why aren't you putting any money on the bar tonight?" I said, "Because this base had 26 DUIs last year. This squadron has had 6 DUIs in the last calendar year. I am not putting any money on the bar for alcohol." The mixed club, we didn't have an O club. We had a consolidated club. We had an O bar, but it was a consolidated club. I said, "I will put money on the bar. I will cover 250 sodas, whatever that works out to, $250 probably. I'll cover sodas. I'm planning on putting some pizzas out, but I'm not putting any money on the bar." Well, my boss, my XO, went to my boss. And my boss brought me down to his office and he's like, "Why aren't you putting any money on the bar?" I said, same thing I told him. I said, number one, we've had too many DUIs. Number two, I don't think alcohol needs to be involved in every military thing. And sir, there's a third reason, which since you're my supervisor, I have no problem telling you, but I'm a recovered alcoholic. I don't drink at all. I said, I got the gene. I don't want 1 drink. I want 10 drinks. I'm not putting any money on an open bar. I never have and I never will. My boss looked at me and he's like, "Those are all great reasons." If you chuckle fucks can go a quarter with no DUIs, maybe money can go back on the bar. I have no problem paying for sodas, pizzas, appetizers, hors d'oeuvres. I have no problem with my terminal guys wanted to celebrate my promotion. They invited me to go bowling, and I said to him, I said to the master sergeant, I said, I don't believe in buying anybody alcohol, but I'll pay for the bowling. I'll pay for the lanes. I'll pay for the shoes. I said, normally other officers that come out with you guys will buy a couple of pitchers. I won't do that, but I'll cover everybody's expenses to bowl and have a good time. And then I brought like 10 baskets of fries and a cheese pizza, I think. Yeah, if I get the food. See, I don't want to be, see, what I never wanted was, I didn't want to buy alcohol for anybody, and then they get a DUI, and then somehow my name gets brought into it. Also, as an officer, I never stayed at events past, like, the appetizers. Bunch of my enlisted going out to celebrate. They invite me for dinner. I'd show up, and I'd just say, can I get a Coke? Can I get a Dr. Pepper? And say, all right, guys, you guys have a good night. You guys have a good meal. Number one, they want to let loose without their officer in charge being there. Number two, I don't want to know, like, at the time I left, nobody had ordered a second drink. That's my statement, and I'm sticking to it. But no, we've got this integrity problem that lots of people have. We've got an integrity problem. And until we get past this integrity problem, people won't grow up. I'll be right back. Okay, so where I talk about the integrity problem, for those of you that don't know me and haven't been here before, I used to teach the Intimate Partner Violence Prevention course. I taught both the victims course and the perpetrators course. What it was is, if you're not familiar with domestic violence is a particular type of violence that is not rehabilitatable by sending somebody to jail. Domestic violence in and of itself, and I'm not saying that the people who perpetrate domestic violence shouldn't go to jail. That's not the punchline of the joke. The punchline of the joke is, when you send them to jail, they need to receive specialized training in order to learn not to be domestically violent. It's not like somebody commits robbery and then in the months and years that they're in jail, they think about their behavior, and they're like, okay, I'm not gonna rob again. Unfortunately, with the way prisons are in hopelessness and no opportunity, their statement doesn't become, I'm not going to rob again. Their statement becomes, I'm not going to get caught again. But with domestic violence, some of these individuals don't understand that they're being domestically violent. And unfortunately, because everybody wants to throw their own personal opinion on what domestic violence is, it becomes a matter of what is the common definition of domestic violence? Well, domestic violence, not domestic battery. Domestic violence is speaking to your intimate partner in a less than loving manner. Now, unfortunately, we've got a really bad statistic in America that people don't like to believe, women cause 77% of the domestic violence, but men get charged with 80% of the domestic batteries. You can be domestically abusive, spousally abusive, through words, actions, behaviors that aren't crimes. For example, you have a joint bank account with your spouse. There's $10,000 in it. She takes it out and she pisses it away. And now you're struggling to make the bills. And that money was supposed to go for your new boat or your new car or your new whatever. Well, that's domestic violence. That's, in the Duluth model, that's economic abuse. Same thing with men. Women don't have access to the money that they need. Every day they have to be like, hey, I need money. I got to go buy groceries. I got to buy diapers. I got to buy formula. And the guy's always pulling out his wallet. Hey, look at that. Little hype train going. Appreciate that. You got the mom, constantly having to go to the dad and saying, hey, I need money. I can't make ends meet. We don't have food. We don't have this. Well, mom has to have her own money. Mom has to have even a little bit of her own money. And I say this to all women. Having a joint bank account is great, but you got to have your own bank account, and he has to have his own bank account. And the way to get around that is the Steve Harvey method is about the best method I've seen for it. And what the Steve Harvey method is, oh, look at that. And Grumpy Old Man, take us to 77%. The Steve Harvey method is you have 4 bank accounts. You have your joint account that all the bills get paid out of. You have his account, her account, and then your joint escrow savings account. And the important part is that joint account has to be an escrow account, so it takes both signatures to ever move money out of it. Now, as I've said a lot of times, you've got, I'll do this in the middle. You've got main, his, hers, savings. And what I saw a lot when I would do the worksheets with people, especially when I'd work with the married couple, is he's making $1,000 a week and she's making $600 a week. And so he's putting $400 into the main account and she's putting $400 into the main account. And then they're each putting $100 into savings. And then at the end of the week, she has $100 left and he has $500 left. And this right here is economic abuse. This right here is unequivalence. If you're both paying 50-50 of the bills, but you're not making 50-50 of the money, then there's 2 ways to change this. Either he pays more into the bills, or this 500 and this 100 becomes 600, and they both get 300 to spend however they want. But you can't have him having 500 in his account and her having 100. Now, is there the philosophy that he should not give her exactly half because he's gonna, when they go out to eat, he's gonna pay for the eat out? Well, yes, that then becomes the money is going towards her. She doesn't have it, but it's going towards her. He pays for all the dates. He puts gas in both the cars. He takes her car out on Sunday afternoon to the gas station, fills it up for her. Then the money is, I recommend doing that differently, but however you get to your Shangri-La. This is economic abuse. And if you don't know that, then you don't understand that your marriage is already on unequivalent footing. Like, for example, my friend she contacted me once because she says, can you shoot me $20? And again, like all people, everybody has about a $20 line of credit with me because I understand shit happens. Not all of you, people that know me. You'd have to be able to text me to ask me for $20. And if you don't have my number, you don't know me well enough to ask for $20. And I said, yeah, sure, whatever. And just off the cuff, I said, yeah, what do you need it for? Not that it's any of my business. And she's like, this is so embarrassing. I don't have any tampons. Now, think about this here. You have to go to your friend and ask for money for feminine hygiene products when you have a spouse. The fuck sort of marriage is that? And the answer is that's a completely fucked marriage. That marriage is absolutely completely fucked. And I had no problem doing it because, you know, it's easy enough to it's easy enough to resolve, right? But that's completely, absolutely fucked. Oh, look at that. We got a hype chest. Choo choo, batter up. And that is part and parcel with our integrity problem as people. If you watch the movie Remember the Titans, the defensive coach comes in after his daughter says, now ain't the time to be proud. Coach Henry has got your number, sure as shooting. So the coach comes in and he says, Herman, I could sure use your help. Coach Henry's kicking my ass. Where we're at right now in our society is nobody wants to have integrity. Everybody wants to blame everybody else for their problems. I didn't make it because of this. I didn't make it because of that. It's not my fault. Oh, it is your fault. If you start with it is my fault, by the time you worry about all the things that are your fault, you're gonna fix whatever's wrong, because very rarely in life is the situation the other person's fault. And I used to say to my survivors of domestic violence, I used to say it's the same thing. An example story is this. One of my clients, she was in the perpetrators class and the victims class. She had to take the perpetrators class for the county. She had to take the survivors class for DCFS. So she was in both my classes. She comes to me one night and she came in early and she's upset. And what I said to her was, I said, what's going on? And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. I said, well, unfortunately, you look like you've been smacked in the mouth. And part of the contract here is I have to report that. I'm a mandated reporter. And you look like you've been smacked in the mouth. And I said, so either one of two things is going to happen. You're going to tell me what happened, or I'm going to go make the phone call. And by the time you get out of the session, there's going to be people here, and those people are going to be your DCFS caseworker and the police. I don't have a choice in this matter. Don't fuck with my licensure. Nothing I do for you will ever put me at risk. So she's like, okay, yeah, fine. He smacked me again. I said, why do you stay? She says, I have nowhere else to go. I said, that's a bullshit statement. You tell me what you need right now. By the end of this class, I will have everything that you need. She's like, well, I have to stay with him. I have nowhere to go. I have no housing. I have this, that, the other. I said, no problem. I went out, got my binder. I said, how many kids? You have 3 kids again, right? She's like, yeah. I said, boys, girls mixed. I think you have 3 boys. She's like, I have 3 boys. I said, great. That means almost my whole binder is accessible, because in my state, you have to have separate bedrooms for boys and girls. Once anybody's 12, you can't bunk a 12-year-old boy with an 8-year-old girl. I'm not allowed to do that. Not in my state. In some states you can, not in my state. So I step outside, I call the top of the food chain, and I said, yeah, I need housing for a mom and 3 boys. The question I got asked is, how much stuff is she gonna have? I said, very little. She just got hit again today. We're gonna be getting the police involved. We're gonna do a forced removal. They're gonna be coming to you. She does have her own vehicle. She's probably gonna need a gas card. But we need to do this. They're like, do the boys all have enough clothing? pulled her out. I said, hey, come here. I said, do you have enough stuff for all your kids? I was like, do you have school supplies, clothes? What do you have? And she's like, I have basically nothing for my kids. I said, all right. I said to them, she's got nothing. Now, she has a caseworker that obviously knows all this, but we can't do anything for her. We can't do anything for her until she's been the victim of violence. Inside of 90 minutes, while she was in class with me, a whole team of people were mobilized. They met her there and they said, here's what you're going to do. I'm going to drive. We're going to go to your house. The police are going to meet us there. We're going to forcibly remove you and your boys. He's not going to know where you're going. He's not going to know where you're staying. He's not going to know where the kids are. He's going to be charged with domestic violence. If he admits to anything, otherwise it'll be written up and investigated. But you have a house. When we get to where we're going, we're going to stop by basically our Goodwill. Your boys are going to get clothes, socks, underwear, pants, shirts, whatever you need. We already have school supplies at your house, and somebody's already stocked the house, the apartment we're putting you in with groceries. Why the hell isn't that available to people before they get smacked in the mouth? Out of curiosity, at what age do I think boys should be prevented from staying with their mother at a DV shelter? 18? Or 18 and or they can be 18 if they haven't yet graduated high school. Because I think sheltering, the way we do sheltering in this country is pathetic. The idea of these open bay gymnasium with privacy, bullshit. With as much money as we piss away, there is no reason why we don't have, why we don't fund housing for people in a more sensible way. I have no idea why we don't do things. Are your DV shelters women only? The majority of our DV shelters are women only. We have, figure for every 20 shelters we have for DV, 18 will be women only, women and families, and 2 will be for men. In Vancouver, only 1 accepts boys over 12. Right. So that right there is a fundamental problem. A mother has a kid, a boy, he's over 12. She knows the system doesn't provide her the opportunity for safety. So she stays with her abuser. That's where I say to people, society is completely off its fucking rocker. That's where you get people like, honestly, and I don't give a shit if I offend him. I honestly do not care. It's Fane came in and said, you don't have a right to a job. And then he says, well, I made all my money with capitalism. No, the fuck you didn't. First of all, don't fucking lie. We can fucking see that you take, if you have all this money, then put some of it into your channel. We can't trust the bureaucrats to handle the funds for housing in our state. It just gets directed to everyone in their circle and not the people who need it. You're right. Because, and thank you, you hit the nail on the head for why communism doesn't work, for why socialism doesn't work. The common denominator in every government type is people. People say, well, look at the Amish. The Amish live in communes and they make it work. The Amish live in communes, and if you don't maintain strict adherence to the rules, they kick you out. You get banished from the community. They don't care what happens, because in communism, the community comes before the individual. You exist to benefit the state, not yourself. In socialism, it's a little bit better because you haven't transcended the idea of individual identity yet. But in socialism, your existence still has to benefit the whole more than the individual. People are self-interested by nature. They're greedy by nature. There shouldn't be multiple levels of bureaucracy. But there has to be, because somebody has to administer a program. It's why I wasn't a very popular program manager, because I don't dispense funds to lower level program managers. I never dispensed funds to lower level resource advisors. And they got pissed at me. I had people calling. I managed a $4 billion budget. I managed a $4 billion aviation fuel budget, 500 million ground fuel budget, and then basically I had a blank check budget for infrastructure. They would say, I need this amount of money. And I'd say, great. I'll send you a marker that allows you to expense. Load the expenses against it. And they'd say, well, no, just transfer me 4 million. No, absolutely not. Because you're not going to get 4 million from me and then I not see the, nope. You have a $4 million marker. It's for laying a new concrete pad and a new ground fuel station. You load the expenses against it. As I see them, I will approve them or I will reject them based on relevance to the project. So one of them, it's like, whoa. Reading this, 175,000 for the concrete to be laid on the island. 22,000 for the sidewalk. Circle that, send it back. Nope. I didn't approve no fucking sidewalks. That's why I don't give you 4 million to do your project. Because that 22,000, I don't give a fuck about a sidewalk. Not trying to be mean about it, but a sidewalk isn't what my money is for. That's what you have other colors of money for. I'm not paying for that. Well, we already had it poured. Well, then you go to your commander and you tell your commander that you expense things that weren't authorized. Not my problem. That's the same thing. You get, like, for example, you have homeless people. Now, you got to put a homeless person up somewhere. Well, we have hotels. Why don't we go back to the idea of putting displaced persons in hotels? Pay the hotel. Then the hotel benefits. Well, unfortunately, what's the problem with that? The people trash the hotel room. Some, not all. Some do. They trash the hotel room. Hotels don't want people that are transients because they don't want bed bugs and fleas. Well, we have a way to give that person shelter. It's just like right now you're going to hear the statistic. And the statistic is, right now in America, we have 600,000 homeless and 2.1 million vacant homes. There's no reason why there's 3 vacant homes for every homeless person. First of all, we don't have 2.1 million vacant homes. We have 2.1 million available homes. When my house is for sale, it's not vacant. I'm waiting to sell my house to move to the next house. Just because my house is for sale doesn't make it vacant. Number 2, we can't take Taylor Swift's Cape Cod mansion and just give it to homeless people. And if you think it's okay to even be talking about the idea of taking away people's stuff and giving it to those that don't have any, then I don't want you making decisions. I only want you talking about problems. Is homelessness a problem? Yes. Yeah, boxables and a few acres. probably still wind up saving money on the program. Right. Why people all the time, I can't afford a home. No, you can afford a home. You just can't afford a home you want. I looked at that house on Wednesday, $40,000 home. Probably needed $20,000 in repairs. $60,000 home. You can buy that home on $8 an hour. But then people say, well, I don't want that house. Well, what do you want? Well, I want a nice house. Then go make nice people money. Then go make money so you can get what you want. Unless you're living in a world done by its fay. Because if you're in a world by its fay, you gotta have a way to have upward mobility. Mobilize the mental health to participate. That house was a really easy flip. That house was a hard flip for a couple of things in it. Not even hard, just annoying. Ripping out those in-wall floor vents is an annoyance. It's not hard. People act like they can't turn a not so nice house into something decent. Yeah. Everybody wants to bitch and complain and whine. Or you get people that are like just full of shit. Like, I made big boy money in capitalism. No, you didn't. Because I've listened to you talk. 90% of people lack the skill to do so. No, they don't. No, they don't. 90% of people lack the motivation to go get the skill. You can go to Lowe's, Menard, or Home Depot, and they all run classes. And by the time you're done, do you realize how easy? Yeah, they can't be bothered learning. That's the problem. Do you know how, like my neighbor, my wife and I had to go inside the other day because I was laughing. My neighbor is retiling all of his floors. Retiling. And he's out there cutting tiles with a regular saw. And I could keep hearing him break. Look, man, if you're redoing 3 bathrooms, go rent a water saw. It's going to save you all those breaks that I hear. Are you not knowing what the fuck you're doing? Now, good on him for doing it. But go to the damn tile class at one of the 3 major stores, and they run the classes throughout the year, and then they're going to explain to you how to do it. Or watch a YouTube video. And yeah, some of the stuff you can't do yourself. You can't pull your own electrical wire. And that was one of the 2 big things I saw in that $40,000 house. The electrical, that looked like 2-prong outlets. You're going to need to re-pull all that. That's like $1,500 and $1,000 for the circuit breaker box. I imagine it was, and I didn't see the circuit breaker, I imagine it was still a fuse panel if they're still on 2 wires. I don't see a universe where they would have been on circuit breakers with 2-prong outlets. I just don't see that happening. I can't even find our cheapest house in 40-mile radius because every single one I see is sold by auction, and each on a different marketplace site. Okay, so that becomes a problem. And I will admit that is a problem with that I will admit is a problem when you have auctions. Because, and why do people do auctions for their low price house? Because they're hoping by doing an auction, they're going to get $20,000 more for their house than selling it at a markup. Like, I list the house for $40,000, I'm probably only going to get an offer of $40,000. But if I have the house on an auction with the initial bid at $40,000, I might get $50,000 or $55,000 for it. If someone's not willing to try and learn new skills, they got to accept where they're at, or eventually they will get so tired of it that they go make more money or learn the skills needed. Like, my wife and I were talking about this the other day. Both of our dads would kill us because we take our cars in to get the oil changed. Now, I've always taken my car in to get the oil changed. Why? Because I've always made more an hour than the cost of the oil change. When I didn't make more per hour than the cost of the oil change, I changed my own oil. I didn't like Saturday morning being a litany of chores. I had a job. I had a career. So my dad said to me once, he's like, I had moved back home after my mom got cancer, and my dad said, I haven't seen you change your oil since you moved back home. I moved back home in January. It was about September. I said, yeah, I took it in like June. It's not due for another like 400 miles, and I probably won't even take care of it until the change of the season. He's like, well, why'd you take it in? Because it's $19.95 for an oil change, Dad, and I make $35 an hour. On the weekend, I work hard all week. I don't want Saturday morning to be crawling under the engine of my car, pulling off the oil filter, draining the oil. Not that it's hard. It's not hard. Changing your oil is simple as shit. Changing your oil is quite literally one of the simplest things you will ever do in life. But because literally all it is pull off your oil pan plug, let the oil drain, pull off your oil filter, let that drain, wait, and keep waiting. When it's all done, put the new oil filter on, making sure to oil the rim with the new oil, not the old oil. Don't do that shit. Put that on. Don't fucking, you're not trying to, do a purple nurple. Just and then put the drain plug back in. Same thing. Clean it, little fresh oil. That one, you need to have the right size socket. It's probably a 10 millimeter because everybody knows 10 millimeter works on everything on your car. Tighten that, hand tighten it. Fill it up with oil. Know how many quarts of oil your engine takes. Put that many in. Start it, then check it. Make sure it's not low. Well, why would it be low if I put... Shut the fuck up. Because never has there ever been a car, right? Never ever has there been a car where they say it takes 4 quarts of oil and it doesn't need 4.5. Don't ask me. Ask the car gremlin. But the problem is now, that's been a couple of hours of your life. Now you got to bottle up the dirty oil. You got to take the dirty oil to be recycled. Fuck it. What's an oil change? $30? $29.99? Maybe $34.99? I think I have synthetic oil. $34.99? Plus I take it in. Like, my dad is the type of psycho that used to mount his own tires. I ain't doing that shit. I ain't fucking dying. I don't have a tire mounting cage. My dad used to do that shit. He was fucking ridiculous. I'm like, I'm not dying. Take my car in. The car manufacturers make shit harder than it needs to be. Grumpy old man, I drive a Dodge Journey. My battery is in the driver's side wheel well. And see, that's a good way to do it. The price was getting outrageous and I'm capable, plus I wanted to show my son how to change his own oil. Been doing it ever since. Right. And for some people, if the price exceeds what you want to pay for it, then do it yourself. It's like this one. This is the piece of advice that always gets people. So you want to live in the city. You want to live in Chicago. But you don't make enough money to live in Chicago. You want to have a nice life. You want to have a nice house. So you move outside of Chicago. you drive an hour outside of the city. And you're like, yeah, but I don't want to spend 10 hours a week in the car. Okay, well, you work 40 hours a week and you get paid X. If you drive 20 hours a week or 10 hours a week, what does that do for your quality of life? And then that's what you have to pay yourself. You have to visually say to yourself, because I was able to buy a 5-bedroom house an hour away from the city for cheaper than I could buy a 3-bedroom house in the city, that difference is what I'm paying myself to be in the car. Besides the fact, people make it seem like being in the car or being on the train or being on the bus is this like god-awful thing. Audiobooks are a thing. Kindles are a thing. Now, if you're driving, you can't listen to a Kindle. But like, yeah, there you go. Exactly. Rail just hit it. You stole my 4 quarts joke, but you're right. That's what it is. But like, people take the train downtown so that they can read, so they can improve themselves, so they can sleep, so they can nap, so they don't have to drive. Well, I don't know why I'm taking the train if I own a car. Because the train pass for the month is 1 tank of gas for the month, or 2 tanks of gas for the month. You still have your car, and you're gonna get downtown and you don't have to deal with traffic. You don't have the aggravation. It's just, we're not teaching people we're not teaching people to have patience. We're not teaching people to have appreciation. And then people don't want to hear that they're wrong. Like, I want to motivate people. I want to motivate people so that they want to be better. Like, yeah, life sucks. I get it. It sucks. I'm not going to say life doesn't suck. I'm going to say life threw lemons at you. Make lemon meringue pie. I always say that what kids have lost today is sitting in a car and just watching the scenery pass by. People can't be bored. You're right. Right now, I have to put the caveat on it because right now I'm in a lot of pain. As they've told me, it will take some time for the nerves. I will grow accustomed to the pain I'm in. Now, I don't think I'm ever going to get accustomed to the heart pain I'm in, but they said I will grow accustomed to the pain in my feet and my hands, and then pretty soon I won't notice it. I somehow think they're full of shit, but I'll go with them. Also, very fortunately, one of the nerves in my leg has said, fuck this, I'm just not going to register pain anymore. So that's kind of cool. So I used to say I'm retired and I work longer hours than some of you and I'm retired and I don't have to. Well, right now that's total bullshit. Hi there, Ghost. Right now that's total bullshit. I'm asleep a lot because I'm in pain. Now, if this pain goes away in the spring in the warm months, then I'm moving to Florida. It is what it is. But there are people who literally sleep away their whole day. And then they wonder why their day is gone. I'm great, Ghost. How are you? People aren't willing to put in the work. As I close up, one of the things that irritates me is, and Rail is here, he'll tell you, Rail and I dedicated ourselves to Once Human. Dedicating ourselves to getting better mods, better everything. Now, because so many people complained about the RNG, they're being given better mods than we have. Now, we're going to be compensated. Well, why is it in every walk of life people want easy? Like, I get it. Your life is kicking your ass. You want to come home. You want to relax. But part of the fun in life is overcoming adversity. Like, I don't want to bring the bar down. I don't want to bring the bar down. I want to look at the bar and say, is the bar an accurate reflection of my capability? What political topics have I been talking about? Everything. All over the place. Donald Trump, Venezuela bombings, Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. We talk about everything. Nothing is off limits as long as we talk about it respectfully. Do I like Trump? I do not like Donald Trump as a president, even though he is the commander-in-chief who signed my retirement paperwork. Here's why. Donald Trump has a great, big picture, 50,000-foot idea. Make America great again. I love it. I want to make America great again. I don't disagree with some of Trump's ideas. Getting undocumented people out of the country, I want to do that. In fact, like, just because people ask me what my political spectrum is, I keep it. It's posted. I'm the yellow column. What I feel is, I want to get everybody out of America who shouldn't be here. I want to fix all the systems, and then I want to become a nation of legal immigrants again. I don't want to terrorize immigrant neighborhoods by sending ICE in there wearing masks. But at the same time, I want to re-educate Americans that when ICE goes in somewhere to do their job, they have a job to do. Like, I want us to recognize that 95% of Americans are ignorant of all the laws because nobody can be versed in all the law. Like, I know about immigration law because I have family members who are immigrants. There are people running around when it comes to immigration law saying they don't have to carry ID with them all the time. And you know who's not speaking out on that topic? The immigrants. Why? Because the immigrants know damn well the law states they are required to carry identification at all times if they're a documented immigrant and they're above the age of 18. We only don't make the younger than 18 immigrants carry identification with them. So that's like, people are like, well, you should never have to show your ID to prove that you're here legally. Yes, you should, because that's what the law says. Now, if you don't like how the law is written, that's a completely different discussion. But you hear people say, ICE doesn't have the right to stop people and ask them if they're here legally. Yes, ICE does. In fact, that is the sole purpose for which ICE exists: immigration and customs enforcement. Now, the fastest way to get ICE to fuck off, are you here legally? Yes, I'm documented properly. Here it is. Are you here legally? I'm an American citizen. Do you have ID? As an American citizen, I am not required to show ID. If you give that answer, it literally short circuits ICE, and nobody is showing those videos. What's your status? I'm a documented immigrant. Here's my paperwork. Cool. On your way. The problem is, ICE shows up and they have this piece of paper and they're like, you look like Juan Cortez. This is your picture. Juan, you're coming with us because this is an order of removal. And he says, well, I'm not this person. Well, at that junction, I believe you're this person. And I have this writ that says to deport your ass. If you're not that person, bust out an ID. I'm from the UK, English brother. He moved to America and lives there now. He did it legally with his American wife, which was a lot better than being an illegal immigrant. I agree with you. We have a huge legal and illegal problem in the UK right now. The United Kingdom has a massive problem. Why are all your mayors Muslim? Not that there's anything wrong with being Muslim. But why are all these mayors Muslim when it's not a representative look at the makeup of the population? In UK, they can't fly their flag because it's offensive to immigrants. Well, the mayors can be Muslim if they're voted by the people. But my question is, how is the ratio so messed up? But the big one for me in the UK is your freedom of speech. You don't have guaranteed freedom of speech. I couldn't live in a country where I don't have. No, Christianity shouldn't be the main celebrated religion in the UK. It should be, there should be no, well, hold on, let me back that up. Hold on, I'm wrong about England. Let me back up about England. I'm sorry. My brain is off about England. Christianity shouldn't be the main celebrated religion in the UK. The Church of England should be the main celebrated religion in the UK because you have, yeah, that's right. You have a state-sponsored church. So it's not Christianity. It's a very specific flavor of Christianity and should be the Church of England because your country decided, well, your king decided years and years ago, and you haven't changed it, you have a state-sponsored religion. So I take that back. In England, yes, the Church of England should be the main celebrated religion. But that doesn't mean that Muslims and Jews and Catholics can't have their services, assuming as a nation you want to extend freedom of religion. If you don't want to extend freedom of religion, you don't have to. You're not required to. Like for me, for example, if there was a revolution and there was anarchy and I raised the nation, there would be no religion. It would be permitted to worship privately, but there would be like, well, we have tax exempt status. No, you don't. Because to tax exempt you would mean to legitimize your religion. You can't be persecuted for your religion, but you don't get any special dispensation for having the religion. I agree. Immigrants that celebrate a different religion should still try and integrate into another country's society. I do agree with you. I agree with you. I think it's bullshit in that in the UK, you can go to jail for talking about bacon in front of a Muslim if the Muslim is offended. I think that's bullshit. I'm sorry. There is no rhyme or reason for why my freedom of speech should ever be infringed because you're offended. You're allowed to be offended. What's wrong with being offended? I tell people that's the reason old people make weird noises. It's us dealing with the pain. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being offended. The problem is we want to blame the person who's offensive. You don't like my speech? Then don't listen to me. People protest. Remember when people used to protest Andrew Dice Clay? Andrew Dice Clay is so offensive. So don't listen to him. Don't if you found George Carlin, Chris Rock, Dennis Leary, if you find these people offensive, Jimmy Carr, if you find him offensive, don't listen to him. But I don't respect what you've said, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. Look, I think racism is wrong. I think sexism is wrong. I think homophobia, yeah, get in a bowl, bitch. I think homophobia is wrong. Transphobia is wrong. I think all those things are wrong. I support your right to be racist, to be sexist, to be transphobic, to be homophobic. Because I support your right to have freedom of speech and freedom of expression and freedom of thought. What I don't agree with is silencing one group of people to make another group of people feel safe. I think everyone should have freedom of speech, though. I agree with you. I think the word offensive is too subjective, which I may find offensive, you may not. Exactly. Well, it's like I tried to explain to people. There's a wonderful loophole when it comes to recording people in public. If I'm recording in public and you come up to me and say you don't want to be recorded in public, All I say back to you is, I'm now recording in public because I'm recording a crime. I'm feeling assaulted by you because you're trying to infringe upon my liberties. So I feel that my life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness is being infringed upon you. So now I will continue recording because I will turn this over to the police as evidence of a crime. And at that point, the person with the complaint should walk the fuck away. You don't want to be recorded, don't walk in front of the guy with the camera. People don't understand that assault has nothing to do with battery. That's why it's called assault and battery. And why we run into a big problem, our laws are written so that only lawyers, police, and well-read people understand them. If you look at somebody in a parking lot and you say, I'm gonna fuck you up, and they call the police, and they say, I want to press charges for assault. Well, you don't press charges, but that's what somebody's going to say. I fearful for my life because this person said they were going to fuck me up. If the police walk over and say, did you say to Jalan you were going to fuck him up? Yeah. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. Why? Freedom of speech. Your freedom of speech ends where you make other people uncomfortable. Am I a capitalist, socialist? What are my beliefs? Well, I'm not picking on you specifically, but I absolutely hate when people put capitalist, socialist, because one of those is an economic system and one of those is a government system. See, over here, you have capitalism. And over here, you have socialism. Now, over here, right here, there's a little bit of economics that is socialism, but you got to compare. I am a big fan of absolute monarchies. I'm a big fan of benevolent dictators. Why? Because if we could have an absolute monarch or a benevolent dictator, we could solve most of the problems in the world. Because it is a hell of a lot easier to change a system when you only have one person making decisions. The problem is you can't have a dictator, you need a benevolent dictator. You can't have a monarch, you need a benevolent monarch. For example, England would probably be better off under William if Parliament was dissolved for 10 years. And I mean this with every fiber of my being. When Charles kicks and William ascends, Parliament should dissolve itself for 10 years and restore absolute authority to William. Imagine how much bullshit he could fix if he didn't have to get parliamentarian procedures, votes, party unity on every single thing that he just knows is morally wrong. Now, in 10 years, Parliament comes back into session, replace the people who have died, and they look around and they say, is our life better now than it was 10 years ago? Yes. We'll recess for another 5 years. We don't even want our powers back. We popped in for tea and crumpets, Big Papa. You run this shit for another 5 years. You got Donald Trump, who's a fucking lunatic, and people are saying the things he does are great. Donald Trump ripped off half of the fucking White House without designed architectural plans for the ballroom. Donald Trump imposed tariffs on people thinking foreign countries were going to pay them. I never understood why the monarchy gave up their power in England, because the Council of Barons rebelled against the king and forced the king, and this is like a butchered hodgepodge collection of history, but ultimately the Council of Barons forced the king to sign the Magna Carta. And they said, we're going to take away a lot of your power, but you'll still be allowed to be a monarch. You'll just have to share power. It's kind of like, why did Rome fall? Because of Caesar. Not Julius. Because of Nero. You could have the greatest empire. Like, for example, I think I would be a hell of a benevolent dictator because I'm a honey badger. I don't give a shit about anybody's opinion. Be like, look, number one, school is now year round. Why? Because 60% of kids can't read. 50% of Americans only read at the 6th grade level. Those are my two stats. School is now year round. We'll figure out how to pay for it, but school is now year-round. Done. Period. Does anybody disagree with me at the moment? School should be year-round with breaks throughout the year, not 3 months in the summer when these kids can't read. But then you start getting everybody wants to put their grubby mitts into it. Look, how about this? If the kids can't read at the end of the school year, I'm gonna cut off your fucking head. In Arizona, no. In Arizona, there are some schools that go year round. But there are still a number of schools in Arizona that do the standard 180 instructional days. I only know about Arizona because that's where my aunt and uncle lived. They both passed and my little cousin graduated from Arizona schools. How strict would my immigration rules be? Real simple. Ready? Immigration rules are simple. We're not letting anybody come into the country until we take care of our own sick, hungry, poor, and huddled masses. Once we take care of all of our own people, then we're only going to allow in X number of people a year based on what communities are saying we have some overhead. We right now keep saying we need to import people to do jobs nobody else wants, but there are 7 million men in America optionally out of the workforce. Look, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have welfare. Like, for example, I'll be the first to say it. Just like I said, if I was given monarch power, I would be Bran the Broken, wheelie, cock and legs, no feely. And the first thing I would say is, I accept the mantle of leadership, but none of my children should be considered as my successor. Not only because I don't want there to be bloodline rule, but none of my children are benevolent. None of my children are benevolent. Period. If I became dictator of America, I would say, well, give me a list of names so I can start teaching my wards to be my potential. Well, what about your children? Fuck them kids. None of my kids can ascend the throne. Not even the youngest. Because the youngest is even more of a honey badger than me. She'd be like, le guillotine, off with their head. I'm like, you're not French. And she's like, but I don't care. It's the guillotine. She says, we pull it 3 times a day. We just make it 3 heads a roll. Let them eat cake. My kid is more bloodthirsty than I am. The trick is that we got 7 million men not in the workforce. People keep wanting to compare immigration now with immigration when the country was underpopulated. Right, exactly. That's the problem. It's not that I don't like these people. But when I was a teacher, we had a number of kids in the school. Now, it was a Catholic school. That the only reason why the kids were in the Catholic school is because the kids didn't have the documentation necessary to get into CPS because they didn't have birth certificates in English. They didn't have social security numbers. They didn't have that stuff. The kids couldn't come into the school. As a Catholic school, we don't care. Just meet the tuition and you can come in. We have people in virtual slavery. We have people held in economic slavery. Who do you think has the better training program? The SAS or the Delta Special Forces? Delta Special Forces. Because really, why? When do you ever hear about them? Here's the thing. We have our Navy SEALs, and we talk about them all the time. The Navy SEALs launched this operation. The Navy SEALs had this successful operation. They found Obama. They saved the captain off the tanker. 3 shots at 300 yards, 3 head pops, da-da-da-da-da-da. You never hear about Delta. They have their own logistics code that literally is 1 step below the president's. A lot. You hear a lot about the SAS. The same way you hear a lot about the Navy SEALs. You hear a lot about them. This successful operation in Iraq, under their direction in Afghanistan, under this direction in Lebanon, Syria. You hear about them. When the fuck do you ever... Here's the thing. I know a bunch of Navy SEALs. The military base is 5 miles away. The logistics base for America is 5 miles away. It's where I served at the end of my career. I've met SEALs. I've met pararescue. I've met Rangers. I ain't never met a Delta. I've moved shit for them. Their shit comes in at a priority one below the president's. I don't know if never mind. Never mind. They need a whole plane? Fuck them. I don't... We require the entire terminal to be... Okay, everybody out. Why? Because that's our fucking order. They're taking one of our planes. They're going on a trip in a C-17, and I don't know where they're going, and the pilot doesn't know until they get on board. The pilot... They're going to get on the plane. They're going to talk to the pilot, and the tower already has orders that they're going to open, and they're going to be told you're going here. Yeah, the paperwork says so. Like, I've been in the situation with the bag, standing there as they all walk past, and all their phones are just going into a bag. They all, like, every person has to drop a phone. Hey, where's your phone? I don't have one. Go talk to your platoon sergeant. You're not my problem. Don't talk to me. You didn't drop a phone. You can't get on the plane. Now, I'm not English. The Delta program was designed off of the UK program. Yes, it was directly modeled off of the British Special Air Services, but what I can tell you is, it's also over the years gotten a lot of, we want some of this, 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 we're going to take this. I mean, you got to remember, we have specific rules in our military. Yeah, Deltas are now our highest funded, is our highest funded special operations budget. I don't even know where the fuck all the money for them goes. When you get told to change a line item to their funding, that's it. That's the end of you seeing. You never get return paperwork. Like, for example, to give you like a more concrete, instead of this like vaguity, when the Navy SEALs go somewhere with 6 of my 463L pallets, at the end of the day, they owe me 6 463L pallets, or they owe me $60,000. So at the end of the day, when the SEALs leave with equipment on pallet, I like 90 days later, I just send them a little ping and I say, hey guys, you either owe me 6 pallets back in serviceable condition, or you owe me 60 grand, whichever is cool. And sometimes they say, oh yeah, your pallets are here. Or they say, those fucking pallets. They're like, we'll send you 60 grand. When you get told to fund Delta anything, you haven't even been told you're funding Delta. You know you're funding one of their operations because you're literally said, hey, guys, they're like, fuck off, here's 60 grand. Here's 100 grand, keep the fucking change. We don't want to hear from you again. We don't want paperwork trail. We don't, like, they have their own fuel card. That way they show up with a fuel card, so you never log the mission number. They show up and you're like, yeah, I just put 4,000 pounds of JP8 on that jet. And he's like, great, swipe it. He just pulls it out, swipe it. Well, I need the flight number. I need the mission. I need the destination. When the guy is just shaking his head, you just like, no, 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 no. It goes through. Oh, have a good day. It's like cash and carry. Now, I'm not saying that the UK Special Forces, the German Special Forces, the Israeli Special Forces, the Australian Special Forces. I love those guys. Those guys are great. I loved those guys so much because they always fed me. They fed me because I always procured them socks and t-shirts. They fed me. I love those guys. Like, they're awesome. I love the Australian military because their response to some stuff is, fuck that. They're like, just no. Like, no, we're not. Like, so there's a bunch of fighting over there. Nah. Blow it up. American, like, I guess here's the other big thing. And I don't know about the UK Special Forces, but I do know this about the American military. In my time in joint operations with foreign countries and their militaries, whenever the officer goes down in other militaries, their doctrine is to go defensive while they communicate, asking for further instructions. So the rest of the world's militaries kind of operate. So you got a bunch of guys here and you're kind of advancing and you're kind of flanking and you're doing a lot of things. And then all of a sudden the officer gets killed. Well, they're going to come back and they're going to like turtle until they get other instructions. Not the fucking Americans. The problem with the Americans is you got these enlisted out there doing their thing and the officer goes down. They will execute their last given instruction with terminal lethality because their officer has gone down. The rest of the world, the officer is there to send the men to do their job. The American officer is there to hold 12 leashes and not slip the dogs of war. Now, I'm not talking special forces where they operate independently. I'm talking just military generalisms. If their officer goes down, they tend to stay put. Like, if you read some of the foreign countries' responses in the Middle East, they always, when they got into trouble, they wanted to hear that the Americans were responding to their trouble. And I've witnessed this firsthand. You have a French group of soldiers in trouble, and the other French support is asking like 900 questions. Well, what are you engaged with? What are their numbers? What are their uniforms? What are their weapons? And we have all this. We have a salute report, and we have a 9-line for giving information. But that information is given after a piece. What we have is, so you got the French and you're listening to the radio and they're asking for help and like, we're engaged with 30 small arms, some RPGs, like all this conversation. After like a 10-minute conversation, the French are like, we're on the way. When the Americans pick up the call, the Americans are like, what's your situation? We're under fire. Send 5 Humvees and a gun truck. Go, go, go. And they're getting in the vehicles and they're already rolling. He's like, come back. What are you faced with? 30 men with RPGs, small arms, and they're in some buildings. Standby 1. Air ops. Link to the AWACS. We're going to need close air support. Come back. What do you have? We have 5 wounded. Stand by. Get ready to launch Little Birds. We've got at least 5 wounded. Alert the EMEDs and the CASIF. And then he takes the next line of the call. He's like, stand by 1. All right, you're 3 minutes out. You're facing a hostile force of no less than 30. We don't believe above 50. They are in sniper positions. A-10s are 2 minutes out. Paint the building. We're just going to level it. And everybody else in the room is like, all the other mixed nations are like all stopped because they're not doing mission critical. And they're watching because an E5 has just said, we're blowing up a fucking building. Like, we're not dicking around today. We're about to put Americans into harm's way to save some French. The only reason why I'm going to disagree with your statement is because you say in terms of technology and numbers, Delta are far more advanced. However, in terms of basics of being a soldier, no one could beat the SAS or the SBS. The only reason why I'm going to disagree with you is this. I think when you start operating at the level of Delta, Spetsnaz, SAS, Mossad, I think they're all on a level of equality when it comes to the individual fiber of the man or woman. I don't think there's any reason to start saying one is better than the other, because our guys don't operate as individuals. Our guys operate as a unit. Both our Deltas and our SEALs and our PJs all operate as a unit. I don't think it comes down to who's the baddest motherfucker. I think it boils down to they're all bad motherfuckers. It's kind of like this, right? I'm trained in combatives. I'm not getting into a fucking mixed martial arts competition with somebody from Mossad or somebody from Delta or SAS or the Spetsnaz. Yeah, I know combatives. I know enough to protect myself from somebody untrained, but I'm not getting into that ring. Just like people are like, would you fight Mike Tyson for $5 million? No, the fuck I would not. I wouldn't fight Mike Tyson with 5 other guys in bats for $5 million. Because five of us with bats might take him down, but I don't want to be the guy that gets Iron Mike's punched to my face, because he's going to break all the bones in my face. Would you fight? Even current, I wouldn't fight him. There's no way in Prime Mike Tyson, I ain't fighting Prime Mike Tyson with 50 guys. And I'm not even joking. If I have to fight Prime Mike Tyson, I'm going to try to send in a gorilla. Ronda Rousey, I don't give a shit if she's getting up there in like not being trained. She's a mom. She hasn't been an MMA person for X number of years. She hasn't practiced judo for X number of years. I'm not getting in a fucking ring with Ronda Rousey. Ain't gonna happen. It doesn't matter that she's a woman. I'll still fucking, if I have to, I'll punch her in the face. But how the fuck do you fight Ronda Rousey? Every punch you throw at her is an opportunity for her to judo grab you. And guess what? Standing up versus standing up, judo beats the shit out of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. On the ground, she's more trained in jiu-jitsu than I am. I only know Air Force combatives and then the casual health and all that. She fucking trained in this shit. Which fight is the 20th of December? Andrew Tate versus Chase Demore. I hope Andrew Tate just gets the dog shit beat out of him. I don't know anything about Chase Demore, but Andrew Tate, let me see if I can find this picture. Let me see if I can find this picture of Andrew Tate. That's the picture, but I need the full picture, just not this cut. Hold on. Trying to find this one particular photo of Andrew Tate. He's in a room full of women, and he looks... okay, so it's... oh, here it is. So, I don't know what the shit is going on in this scenario. I don't know what's going on in this photo. I don't know what's going on in this photo, but there's 2 dudes in the room and like 10 women. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 9 women and 2 dudes. Well, 10 women because you can see a little sleeve. Might be a dude with long hair. Andrew Tate does not look in his element here, but he's got, what does he have? He's got some Alpha Wolf Academy. What's his fucking organization? What the fuck is that thing called? The Real World? Oh, this is his money-making one. He's got, like, he's got this other belief. He's got this other organization. Maybe it is that one. Hustler University. That's it. Hustler University. Okay. I don't like Andrew Tate because of his views on women. And the reason I don't like Andrew Tate because of his views on women is because I'm the father to 5 daughters and 2 granddaughters. Like, I'm Liam Neeson from Taken. Like, your opinion offends me, and that's another 10%. Like, male chauvinistic behavior is fine, but if Andrew Tate didn't have the money he has, Andrew Tate would be in jail now for sex trafficking. It's the rich have different rights and different rules and different privileges. It's kind of like this joke, and then I gotta get out of here because I'm pushing 20 hours without food. If you've read 50 Shades of Grey or you've seen the movie 50 Shades of Grey, 50 Shades of Grey is only a romantic movie because the guy is a billionaire. If Christian Grey lived in a trailer park, 50 Shades of Grey wouldn't be a movie trilogy. It'd be one episode of Law and Order SVU. I don't like scenarios that objectify women and applaud male chauvinistic behavior. Like, for example, I hold doors for women because I was raised to be a gentleman. I don't always act like a gentleman in my speech, but in my behavior, I open doors. Well, I used to open doors for women. I don't anymore because I'm tired of the bullshit. I hold the door for a woman. I could have gotten my own door. Now, fuck you too. And then they stop and they look at you. What'd you say? I said, fuck you too. You could have just said thank you. If you make racist jokes, you're a racist. If you make racist jokes, you're a racist. Because are you a racist is a yes or no question. How bad of a racist are you is a spectrum. It's kind of like the question, if you have to stop and ask yourself the question, am I living in a fascist government? If you have to ask the question, the answer is yes. Now you just have to ask yourself, how fascist is my government? There's no such thing as a little racist. If you're telling racist jokes, you're racist. With the caveat, I'm not racist because I tell Irish racist jokes. Yeah, comedians from the 80s and the early 90s just gulped. You're right. If I'm telling Irish jokes, I'm not racist because I can make fun of my own people. Taylor Tomlinson can make blonde jokes, mental health jokes, women jokes because she's a woman. She's a blonde and she's got mental health. Would I consider myself racist? No, because I don't make jokes about anybody else's race other than my own. I only make Irish racist jokes, which I can make because I'm Irish. Now, if I was making English racist jokes, that would be inappropriate because I am 0% English. I can make military jokes because I served in the military. I can call Phelan a deck swabber. because I served in the military. And he can call me fly boy. He can call me chair force because he served in the military. You didn't serve in the military. You don't make military jokes. But I wouldn't find it offensive even as an Englishman. You would laugh at me. Right, but it's not my place to tell English jokes because I'm not English. It's your job to tell the Englishman jokes. It's my job to tell the Irish jokes. And it's the Scotsman joke to tell the Scottish jokes. It's not my job to tell the Scottish joke. It's not my job as a white man to tell the black jokes. It's the black guy's job to tell the black jokes. It's the Mexican guy's job to tell the Mexican jokes. It's the Canadian, and nobody asks about the Welsh. Yeah, because we don't even, nobody in Europe understands what the fuck they're saying. Nobody understands the Welsh people. Nobody. We're like, what? Fucking just write it down. Fuck, we don't understand you. Like, my God. Like we can't hear you. We don't get it. You've got a fucking town name that's 50 fucking digits long. Well, what you just said could be considered offensive or racist towards Welsh people. But it's not. Oh, I guess the problem is this. Talking about stereotypes isn't racism. They're stereotypes for a reason. Discriminating based on stereotypes is wrong. Am I wrong, though? The average Welsh person, nobody can understand? Because we can't. What the fuck are you saying? Like, what are you saying? Like, everybody else in the room, the Irish guy, the Irish guy, the English guy, the Scottish guy, and the Welsh guy tries to order a drink, and the other three people at the table have to translate. They're like, what? Come again? What are you saying? I'm not understanding you. What the fuck does he want to drink? It's not racism. It's not fucking discrimination. 'Cause some of them can speak. Right, but if you have to use an extreme example, you're probably about to stumble into racism. But go ahead with your extreme example. We'll see. And then I'm going to go make a steak sandwich. So if I say that most terrorists are Muslim, is that racism? Yes, it is, because it's factually incorrect. That is absolutely racist because it's not, in fact, accurate. Like, you have to be a lot more specific. Like, for example, to say that most terrorist attacks in America have been perpetrated by Muslims would be incorrect. Because up until 9/11, it's fine. Up until 9/11, our worst terrorist acts in America were perpetrated by white men. Yeah, the thing is that if you were to say, and that's where a cultural sensitivity lens is so important. For example, we had that terrible tragedy in America where the Catholic school got shot up by the transgender. And all these people started attacking transgenders. And I said, in American history, there's 4 or 5 mass shootings that have been carried out by transgenders, and over 500 carried out by white men. Yes, the most recent one is by a transgender, but we don't let that skew the data. But people wanted to use it as a rallying point. Now, if somebody were to say, well, with the recent uptick in Muslim immigration into Europe, it corresponds equally with the number of violent terrorist attacks we've seen. As long as the facts are on your side, that's not racist. If the facts are correct, then that's not racism. And it doesn't matter how uncomfortable a truth is. A truth is a truth. If up until X year, Muslim immigration was low, and there were only 100 terrorist attacks over all of Europe each calendar year, and in these 5 years, there's been a huge uptick, and there's now 500 a year, and the perpetrators are predominantly followers of Islam, well, now you're talking the truth. Yeah, it might still get you locked up in the UK if you say it, though, which is why I say once again, I don't want to go there because I have freedom of speech. The shit in the LDS church seemed to have been completely overlooked. Nobody wants to say the Mormons got shot up at church. You're right, because nobody likes the Mormons. With that said, I'm going to get out of here because I'm chomping at the bit. I love you guys. I will see you on Monday.
Sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of